Thanks for everybody in the audience for coming. Appreciate your time. Please make sure your cell phones are muted or turned off. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I don't know. I haven't talked to him. Patty, roll call, please.
Ryan,
Here.
Don, Dan,
Here.
Wanda,
Here.
John.
Here. Okay, I would accept a motion to approve the agenda.
I'd move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Wanda, second by Ryan to approve the agenda for today's meeting. All in favor, aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. All, motion carries. Anyone present have any conflict of interest?
I do not.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not. Okay, I guess I should have done that. I did it in reverse order, but that's okay. Now is the time for public comment. Public comment is a time for persons to address this body on any subject. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item of the agenda until the matter itself has been specifically included on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. Each person has up to 3 minutes to speak. There shall be no personal attacks against the members of this body, county staff, individual, or organization. The chair has the authority to enforce this policy. Failure to adhere to these rules may result in forfeiture of remaining speaking time. Are there any public comments? Seeing none, public comment is closed. We shall begin our 2025 budget process.
What would be your desire? Do you want to just go through at the beginning of the book, line through line? How do you guys want to do this? Because I think we're in an agreement. If we approve everything as presented, we're going to be short.
I took
Patty
the-
seems to be shaking her head no.
Well, I mean, but we also, we have these items here, right?
What are these items?
The book of the budget.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we have the budget, and what we haven't discussed is we have to put away probably $2 million for the Stone Church Bridge. Okay, right? And we also had the ambulance come in. If we're gonna keep the ambulance, we know that's gonna need a new building in less than 10 years.
I don't know that
So-
they need a new building. Maybe we should just reorganize them
Okay.
where they are.
And I'm fine with that, but nonetheless, we're still gonna need to put some money away for Stone Church Bridge when that bill comes due. So how do we do?
have,
We-
and
Patty, you're not on.
you do have accumulations for the highway for bridges.
Yeah, what's in that account? Is that
2 million
2 million? Okay,
that you guys from the,
okay.
ARPA?
yes.
Does that have any requirements to be spent or?
No, because you stipulated for bridges.
Okay,
So then we're good with the bridge.
And then there's some other, I'm not, I should run and get that list.
I don't know, I took the calculator to this and I'm getting a higher number than what's on here, and I don't know what you guys are calculating, because I added in the county accumulations and everything. So,
I did a spreadsheet and I went through and according to projections, kind of, went through and, my thoughts on a few places that we could cut other than, I left all the wages, salaries and all that stuff alone. I didn't touch any of that stuff, but, each department, I went through one line item by line item.
Police?
Pardon?
Police?
No, each item, each
Oh, I thought you said
department.
police.
Each department, I
Oh,
went through
okay.
line item by line item. And I know that some of the projections are hard to do because we're only have accurate numbers through April. It would be nice if we could not get that report until June, so we had more data, but unfortunately, that's the way, what we have to deal with what we have to deal with. But, if you want, we could go through each department, I can just, it's not all,
Yeah.
very few line items per
That's
per time.
probably the best way to do it, just go to the beginning of the book, just
And go
it.
through the book.
Go through the book, if everybody's okay with that. I don't know
Yeah.
a better way. I mean,
Yeah, I'm fine
that's-
with that, because
okay.
like I said, I've got, just about each department, there's a little tweaking that I think that can be
Okay.
done to the budget, because there's no reason for somebody to
Thank
just
you.
throw a number out there just because we think we're gonna need it, you know? I think we need to stay somewhat close to projections. And like I said, I know that some of the projections are hard because of the,
25 requests from the other departments.
Oh,
And then at
okay.
the end is the highway, what money is accumulated for that.
Okay. Well, we're gonna go through the book, or are we gonna, John, are you gonna share that spreadsheet? Or
I
are you
only
just
have
gonna
one-
hold on
I only
to?
have one copy of the spreadsheet.
I bet Patty could make more.
There's a whole bunch of pages for each department.
Say again?
There's a lot of pages. Each department, I have a sheet for each department.
Of course you do.
When we go through these,
Well, we can start early. We can start with the Board of Mental Illness. Dr. Stanage, he was,
where's that one at?
well, I just put it in the front of my book because he handed it out that day.
Yeah.
He
That's-
wants
that's-
$9,219.08 for new furnishings for his new stuff. So he wants $111,192.06, of which $3,300 is a Teams room equipment, and I guess I didn't notice that when he was here. I would have asked him what that actually was.
Wasn't that the room with the TV and that in it for?
Yeah, it was for
For the,
remote.
It says Teams room equipment, I don't know.
Team says. I
But
think.
there's $3,700 for a table and 8 chairs,
yeah, I think that was for the
which seems a little
mental health hearing.
high.
I think that Teams room was the remote meeting thing, room.
Oh, you mean like the
Adding
Elmo
in-
or whatever it
adding-
is?
Adding in, equipment for running
What are we
a
starting on?
integrated Microsoft Teams.
She's talking about Dr. Stanage's,
Well,
and I don't,
I guess another way we could do it is, go through, I don't have that one in front of me, I'll have to find it, is, we could go through the departments that are mandated by state law, and then, because some of them are not. I mean, I know we
Like
have,
which ones? Where do you
Well,
want to
like-
start?
like ambulance
It's
isn't,
444.
soil isn't, 4-H isn't.
Well, the first one in
Dr.
my book
Stanage
is
is
the
444.
auditor. Because I have not.
First one we have is the commission is one I got at the very front.
If all the books are put together the same and nobody has made them different, the first one should be the auditor.
no, commissioners.
Right, right, Patty, the
You have
commission,
commissioners.
because Patty says the
Oh.
commissioners come
Commissioners.
before
Mine
the
didn't,
auditor.
I'm sorry, mine didn't have a flag.
So if you want to start on the commissioners, we can just go right through real quick, and the only light item that I changed would be
Travel.
the professional services is, instead of 50, I just knocked it to 45.
Well, what about 20,000 for travel? That seems high.
I knocked that to 15,
That's what you guys said last time.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Let me get I gotta get my pencil.
well, I mean, we're all gonna go to, the conference, like this year, they didn't have spring workshop, because they do that every other year, but next year they will, so that'll be higher, and,
What is all going into other, the 40,000?
Well, in, the current budget is 20,000. The prior budgets were between 8,000 and 7,800.
and Ryan.
We've budgeted
I'll wait till
20,000.
she's done. Yeah.
It seems
did-
like 10 would be more than
I,
enough.
I did go to, the NACO conference this year, and won't be anywhere near that, but that is a really great experience for people to go to, just because of all, you know, there was a ton of stuff for IT and, really great experience, especially, solutions for juveniles like we're all dealing with.
Okay,
I'm
what did you
fine with
change?
knocking it down some, but
I'm fine
I-
with knocking it in half.
I think,
15.
I like knocking it in half and go to 10, because that seems
What
to
do
be
you-
in line with
It's-
what we've
it's
been
the
spending in the last few
travel.
years.
I mean, the highest it's ever been is 8,100.
10?
Yes, ma'am.
how about 12? And I'm fine with it. How about 12?
And I-
Well, yeah, that's a good point. We are hosting the Western Interstate Regent Conference in Pennington, and that's an important one for us because it deals with ag, timber and
We're
all that.
hosting it?
That's gonna be,
Or we're
well,
part
the
of the-
state is
We're part of
hosting it.
62 counties hosting it.
66. but-
66 counties.
Yeah, but
Well, some
about,
of them don't seem to,
about 5 of them are the ones who do 90% of it, and we're one of those. So that would be something we'd encourage really all you guys to go to. And is that like 3 or 4 days? So that, and then you have spring workshop, and then you're gonna have convention, so it'll actually be more next year than it has been.
well,
12, let's
even,
go.
even if it was more, the
Okay.
highest it's ever been is 8,100.
12,000, move on.
Back those years, hardly anybody, you guys
Yeah.
went to the conventions.
Yep. And I think this year I have a lot of my stuff paid for because I'm on the state board, but when I drop
See,
off.
there you go.
Well,
That-
when I
that-
drop
that-
off of that, it's gonna be
That
back
helps
on
me.
you guys. Well, I know. but-
I knocked it down to 15, so I think if we go to 12, let's do that.
12
If
and
we don't
move on.
spend it, we don't spend it.
Fine,
All right.
12.
Got it.
And are we good with cutting 50,000 for professional services
I-
to 45?
So,
I,
hold,
go
That,
ahead.
I don't know if you want, I mean, you just don't know what, I mean, you can always supplement your budget, but
And
But
we've
what
already,
is that for? Is that for like the,
we've already spent 72,000.
yeah, what is
I'll-
all going into the professional services?
Well, that's the studies that you guys,
Okay,
we gotta quit with those ridiculous studies, though.
Well, we got 2 of them already done.
Yeah. For other,
Okay.
like you were mentioning, Ryan, Transit, Boys and Girls Club.
Okay.
I think YAP, or Thrive donations and stuff come out of that one.
Come out of
Thrive
profession,
comes out of,
economic development, isn't it?
economic
yeah,
development.
Thrive doesn't
Okay.
come out of there.
Okay. What else
Boys and
comes out
girls
of
comes
other?
out of there?
Yes. And, yeah,
Because you guys made the decision to take it, so
Okay,
So
and then
that's
what else comes
15.
out of there? The transit?
transit.
Anything else?
And I emailed the Boys and Girls Club this morning, and they're working on their, budget request. Okay.
thank you.
John, you're gonna have to tell us when we have to switch back and forth.
They should be in order,
Okay, we're gonna go with these
I
now?
mean,
yes.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going with these figures instead?
No, you're gonna change these to match these when we we're gonna go through these.
Okay.
So like I had cut this to 15 when we decided to go to 12. So you can have a copy of this one when we're all done to change, to
Okay,
adjust.
what
So
column?
this is all, you guys are approving this then,
No, we're
instead of
not.
mine?
No,
This
we're-
is just a reference.
This
This
is
is
just
just
to
a
make it
reference that John
supposedly
made,
easier
so-
for us.
Okay, so we hit, others, there's a lot of miscellaneous stuff in other, that we approved.
$40,000
Yeah.
worth of stuff in other.
Just 2 items,
What is it?
Transit
Boys and
being-
Girls Club and the transit.
Okay,
That's in other? I thought that was in professional services.
nope.
Yankton Transit, their request is 5,000. Now I just put 35 for Boys and Girls, because that's what they had last year.
Okay,
We
we're,
So
did
we'll see.
35, we did 35 for Boys and Girls Club?
Yep.
When did that go up so high? That's,
well, no, it
That's what
says
was on
10,
there.
it says 10,000.
I didn't change it.
Oh,
So we did give them 35.
So I mean, that's all of other 35 for boys and girls, 5 for transit. That's the whole 40 grand. There's, unless we cut boys and girls or transit, we can't lower that.
how is that all of it?
Cause
That's-
it's 40,000 total, right?
Yeah,
And 35 goes to the Boys and Girls Club,
35,000?
35,000,
Oh,
correct, Patty?
okay.
And then the other 5,000
Okay, I
is
get it.
transit.
Cause it says,
All right,
it says
that's what
10,
I
Yeah,
wrote down
I was not
3,500. I was
catching.
like, that doesn't add up.
Yeah,
Okay,
all right.
all right,
yeah. That clears it up, so.
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
there's really nothing else we can,
Cut there.
I mean,
Okay.
this isn't a, you know,
And then really quick, the professional services, we have the studies, and is that also where the website is paid through?
The what?
And that's
The
in
web-
turn, you know, if
Intuvio?
the county has any legal,
Okay,
Well, here's my thought. Not that anybody cares, but Boys and Girls Club, again, where are they? We're in budget. So let's, they can be presenting all they want at a later date, but I don't think
Yeah.
it's gonna matter at this juncture.
you know. And we gotta, you know, and those are, all those organizations, every single one of them, I think, asked for pretty significant increases over the last year, you know, and we wanna support them, but we also gotta remember, we have statutory responsibilities we have to do.
I get that,
yeah.
but one of the things that we're constantly hearing is how the naughty children are caught in juvenile detention are causing our expenses to go up. It's $483. It's anticipated to go $500. So why don't we leave the money to the Boys and Girls Club the same, invest some money in those children, and hopefully
Yeah,
they'll
Keep
turn
it
out,
at-
they'll
keep it at-
turn out better.
keep it at 35,000, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, and keep the
Ready?
transit
Next page.
at 5.
But the other is gonna be 40,000. We're leaving that number where it's
Yeah.
at.
so the
Yeah.
other is 40, yeah.
What about professional services? Do we wanna cut 5,000 off of that number?
I'm okay with that. But
mean,
going
la-
forward, when we do this, like when we get further on in some of these, it just says salary.
Well, can I, to go back to professional services, I mean, 2024 year-to-date, we spent 72,000. And then 2022, we spent 79. So, I mean, yeah, we can cut it, but that doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, we should be budgeting, saying this is probably what we're gonna spend. And we've already spent over that on multiple occasions. I mean, it doesn't
Right.
really do good to cut the budget and then overspend on it. I know what you guys are saying.
35,000 was just the two consultants that we hired this year.
Yeah,
for the-
so I mean, the reality is I think I get, nobody likes spending that, I get that, but I
Well,
think they do
I look
get
at this
some
too,
good
it's like,
too. Mm-hmm.
we went 31, almost 80, then down to 50, now we're up to 72. I mean, like,
Yeah.
this professional services is roller
Yeah.
coastering
It
around.
just
That's 'cause
depends
you
on
got
what.
Let's
different
just
yeah,
quit
charges
having
every year.
these
Yeah.
studies.
And so-
Depends on how many legal,
Yeah,
you don't know how many legals you're gonna have.
I mean, I
Okay.
think part of that too is, you know, when we get like poor relief and some of these other things we don't have any control of. You know, 50,000, I don't necessarily like it either, but it's probably an appropriate number, you know. We can cut it, but then if we spend it anyway. you know.
I think I agree with Dan. I
Yeah.
think we just leave it at that
Yeah.
because, I mean, it's a little bit unbearable. We just gotta
It's-
work better at
It's.
keeping that number.
It's
up
lower
under.
than some, higher than the other, and this is
Correcting the
really
trend.
our best guess,
So you're not changing it?
no. I'd say
So
the
what are
only
we
change,
having travel then? 12?
I'd say the only change is 12,000 to travel, then we flip the page. Sound good? Wanda, your microphone, it's on.
It's on.
I know.
I tried
Next
to,
page is the auditor.
Auditor,
I don't think there's a lot of,
I don't see anywhere where
I don't see
we
a
can
lot
cut
of-
on that. Patty does a good job budgeting, I mean, for.
I don't see a lot either, but
For
there's
a
a
dep-
couple that according to projections that we probably could cut, but
Which ones are you
such
thinking?
as
I've got,
professional services?
where's Don's ruler?
Is that mostly Anderson?
Yep.
Yeah, so that, again, that could be cut. If we go to that IT, we could cut that down. We would have that person in-house.
And I just went to 1,000 instead of 2,000 on that one.
Would it be less?
But again, 2024 year-to-date was 2812. So if we, so she, this year,
Well,
she already.
2021 was $35,
Yeah,
so.
and again, it's kind of a spitball thing. I don't think that's out of line.
Really quick question.
And if that money
Patty,
doesn't get spent, it
Does
goes
that-
back to
does
general
that
fund.
Professional services get affected anything because it's an election year? No? Okay.
So I'm fine with whatever, but I don't think that's an unreasonable number.
I was just
I mean,
noting
there-
that
again,
22,
there's-
22, I also had a
Yeah, I
higher,
don't-
and
yeah.
then it's like, I wonder if there was a pattern there, I wasn't sure.
But we've had, because I got some new,
You got new computers.
well,
That-
I got a new computer and
Yeah.
then we got the,
Did you have anything
And so
other
that
than
would tend to
professional service?
increase the
No, no.
yeah.
professional services as well, as getting those things set up and
So what are we doing with the auditor's office, leaving it?
I'd leave it as my recommendation, but that's just me.
John?
I'm fine with whatever.
I don't know, I think we might be able to cut the, if we
Yeah.
if we do wanna commit to having an IT person, we could cut the,
What do you want?
professional services down.
Well, then I say
50
just leave it the way
1,500?
it is for
Just-
now.
Well,
Yeah.
500 or 1,000, but I think we can come back to that if we approve that.
Okay,
So that's just like, put an asterisk there.
okay, I'm fine with that.
Treasurer's office.
Again, I don't really see any area that we can cut a, I mean, supplies, I think a lot of those are the stickers and the papers and everything that she does, which we have to do. And, you know, again, a really neat, you know, but for the, as much work as that office does, it's, I think, pretty good budget. I don't see where we could cut anything off of there.
So are we leaving it then?
I would, my recommendation would be to, yeah, leave it.
State's
Everybody good?
attorney. I have a problem with 742,000.
And if you guys just look at 2020 for salary, 390, and we're at seven, I mean, it's more than doubled. And I get there's a few extra people in there now, but
Well, the current budget is 578. Plus, I think the Mr. Alec, who takes over the juvenile diversion and young adult, I think his grant is gone, so that some of him is in the new budget. But I think I think they should break it down more, personally,
I could support that.
because it's hard to tell what this is.
Well, 2021, the entire budget, 509,178. The 2025 budget, 4 years later, is 1,008,000. Not quite double,
they
but
full-time,
pretty
though?
close. Pretty close. That, yeah, and there are some changes.
A full-time
State's
doesn't
attorney.
make a big difference.
Yeah, Alec was added. And didn't we add?
And the lady that's
yeah.
helping with the poor relief.
Yeah, welfare, and then the lady from the ambulance that got moved in, and then.
That's
yeah,
the same lady.
who did we move in from the?
Dawn.
ambulance? Dawn. So that's at least 3 people, if not
And,
more.
and
we've
Dawn,
moved
no,
From
Dawn
the
is doing the
nurses,
poor relief.
from the nurse's office.
from the
nurse's office went
Yes,
to-
yes, that's,
Nurse's
Dawn
office,
went to,
state's attorneys, and,
Okay.
And then the
Maria
other went to the ambulance.
Tara and Holly and Cassie were there for this year, for the 2024 budget. Mr. Alec was there, but he was a grant at like 40 or 45,000. And then we added the lady that's doing the billing and the poor relief lady. I don't think they together add up to be 200,000.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Are they talking about adding another attorney though?
Well,
that what-
what happened is, I think, were you on the board, Wanda, when they did come to us and the commission at one point, before Alec did authorize a 4th attorney, but she didn't last very long. And
She
then when-
never came on board.
Well, she came on board very short.
No, she
okay.
didn't.
Okay.
She was going to, but
Okay.
she didn't. She took another offer because
Yeah.
she had a boyfriend up in Aberdeen.
And that was before Alec, and then when we hired Alec, they agreed not to fill that fourth attorney position, and I don't know if this budget reflects 4 attorneys or not. I don't know,
I think it
don't know
does.
either?
I think it does because of the
you know. I-
addition in workload or whatever. I
Yeah.
don't know.
And I,
But-
you know, I understand the additional workload and stuff, but I mean, that's more for the public to realize in 4 years, it's basically doubled.
Well, isn't that why we went to a full-time state's attorney? So, because we had 2 full-times and 1 part-time. So we went to a full-time state's attorney to take up some of that slack. So now we've got 3 full-time.
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, we
Rob
do.
isn't full-time.
Rob is not full-time.
I'm talking after January 1st.
For next year.
For next year.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what this budget is for 2025
Yeah.
budget, yeah. So-
Rob will be gone, but Tyler will be full-time.
And then they're gonna hire another
Whoever
attorney.
takes Tyler's position will get Tyler's wage,
Mm-hmm.
depending on how many years out they've been. If they hire somebody out of law school, which is what I hear the rumor is,
Mm-hmm.
then he should be way down on the scale, because he knows nothing. And then it goes up.
Yeah.
But Deb's there, she makes 98,000 a year. So that's 300,000 right there.
Yep, I agree with
With
Wanda a
Alec,
lot, yeah.
with Alec and, whoever this new person is, and Deb and Tyler, whatever he gets, that's 400,000 roughly. And then you've got 3 secretaries. So that's 550 roughly. So 600,000 should cover it in just salaries. And that's not including all the other retirement, workman's comp, blah, blah, blah. So all of those will go down as well. Because yes, they have a bigger workload, but it's the same. Wednesday is magistrate court day, Thursday is felony day, Wednesday morning is juvenile day.
So you're saying to back that down to 600,000?
I would think. I mean, if they broke it down a little better, it'd be easier to tell, but
I believe they were gonna hire, Rob part-time too, is what the
they were
proposal
talking
was.
about, it.
So
but
that'd be 3 full-times and a part-time? So we.
No, it would, hopefully, one would think that the full-time, the extra full-time could take up that slack, because what Rob is doing now is the juveniles, and when Tyler and Deb are on vacation, he does them. He comes here, I don't know what else he does, but he's only part-time. Since it's gonna be 3 full-time people, we shouldn't need another part-time one. Either 2 full-times and a part-time, or 3 full-times. I don't think we need 3.5, but that's my opinion.
So you're at 600?
It's where I'm at.
Depends upon what they, if you did the 4.2, how they figured the 742.
Personally, I think he just pulled it out of his ass. I don't think he just did 4.2, because there's no way 4.2 on top of 578 is 742. But again, that's probably not taking into consideration Mr. Alec.
The 4.2 is
24,000. So there's definitely, because.
Yeah, there's $142,000 worth of excess there.
Yeah, because Dawn she came out of the nurse budget last year, so she'd be going on to that budget.
And is she full-time or
No,
part-time?
she'll be going to the state's attorney's budget.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
what
I
he's saying.
meant.
But
Yeah.
is
She's
she-
part-time.
She's part-time.
Okay.
And I think the other lady is,
Well,
billing lady is
are they,
part-time.
are they part-time, and this is a question to ask, were part-time there and now they're going to full-time there? They're
I
staying
believe
part-time?
Dawn is gonna stay part-time,
Okay.
because she wanted to work part-time. That's
Okay.
why she went to the state's attorney's office. 'cause
So
they
you
could
want
just
the
use part-time.
salary at 600 then?
What about
thinking?
650?
Yeah, okay, well, I was just thinking, I kind of on that part, because you're thinking, okay, next January 1st, we're gonna go from 2.5 to 3, full-time.
Yeah.
So we have the 4.2 of what we have this year, which is 2.5, right?
But you've also got Robin at 100.
Yeah.
So he goes part-time at 100 to full-time.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't justify a $50,000 increase.
Yeah, I was just
To
thinking
me.
it might be a little bit more than 600, but maybe
Well-
not 650, maybe 620, I don't know, something a little bit.
Well, it would be really nice if they did something other
It
than
would
just,
be nice to
He
have a better
proposed
breakdown.
something,
yeah,
yeah. Well,
because,
Tyler, he probably needs to make at least what Deb makes, since he's gonna be,
he shouldn't make what Deb makes, because Deb's been out 20 years and he's been out 5.
yeah, but Tyler's gonna be her boss. So, well, you're a tough one, Wanda. Let's compromise here, and I'm at maybe 650. That's still a $100,000 chop to the budget. I understand that there will be some more expenses, because they're taking at least one part-time person in there and then, I don't know. What are you guys thinking?
What about $7,500 worth of furniture?
That was on my list right here, too.
I mean, I'm sorry, I've been over there. I go over there once a week. And they're not, I mean, and to be fair, they have a candy dish. But it's not $7,500 a year worth of
Oh,
candy.
how about cut that, go to 650 on salary, and we move on? You can cut the 75 to 0, so
Yeah,
then,
and there's one other, again, another case there, as the last meeting I had shown you that RTI quote. That's actually a quote to actually take the state's attorney off their own pipe and put them onto the sheriff's pipe, data pipe, and so
that should really help. then
that should
for-
help, because that
yeah,
takes away a monthly expense of theirs
Yeah.
for all their internet,
Yeah,
state's attorney.
yeah.
They
And
would
I
no
think
longer have
that'll,
to pay
You're
for their
pitching
internet.
and I'm not catching.
Instead of them paying for their own data connection,
Okay.
they're just getting it from the sheriff's office, a better data
Yeah, we
connection
got
shared.
I think that'll be really great when next
Where is
budgeting,
that
when
in
we-
here?
where
And
we
that's
can
what
see that
my one
reduction,
question
so
was,
I'd
not
agree with
sure
that.
where that is
650 for-
being expensed
650
here.
for salary.
But
And-
for
and
minor
Data
furniture
is
and
being
minor
expensed.
equipment,
I'm not entirely
that,
sure
did
if
that
it's
go down?
I think Wanda
650?
wanted that at
Professional
0.
I think she
Or
wanted it at 0,
repairs.
but I would,
We're still
Might be
negotiating.
under repairs and maintenance.
And I agree 100% with what you're saying.
Because
Maybe
that-
we go through this year, and then next
Yeah.
budgeting, when that's lower, then we can justify
and-
doing
And we could do that, and,
Because
because that's
wh-
gonna be about a $5,000 savings for
Yeah.
the state's attorney.
And
When,
That's right
when
there.
you reduce the 742 to 600 or whatever, all of the items immediately below that are going down.
Yep,
not all of them.
well,
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Healthcare
proportion, yeah.
reimbursement, insurance down.
Oh, yeah. Yep,
Work
yep, yep,
comp
yep,
down,
yep, yep.
retirement down.
yep.
The group
So-
insurance won't,
So
yeah.
what do you?
Well, we're not even
because
there.
that doesn't
We're-
go by your wages.
Yeah, that
No,
gets
we're
paid.
not even down to the second level of expenses
No, no,
yet.
no, no, the bottom,
Yeah.
the second from the bottom line on the top section is 81 is the group insurance, that's not gonna change.
No, that
Unless
one's
you-
not, well, it'll change,
Some, but not much.
but not much, yeah.
More like you'll go,
Are we kinda in are we compromising if we cut the furniture to 0, go to 650 on the salary, knowing that'll reduce the other things, reevaluate with Ryan's IT? I know you're not there, Wanda, but, again, it's a compromise deal.
Well, what about books? What books are these?
That's $2,000, I think.
I
that's-
understand, but they do everything online.
You still pay money for online books.
Well, I only get every other year it's 0.
I know.
Do you wanna cut that too, and then we go with 650
I'd
and move
rather,
on?
I would rather, you're looking at this, okay, if we cut, what do we?
I'd go
count for salary?
620,
620 for the salary?
yeah.
But
I
you're,
think I can do that. 620 for the salary.
but we,
Because we don't,
Oh.
I mean, we're just throwing darts at a wall
A
anyway.
little, and
I
we
I
are.
agree with where you're at. My position is the job market being as tough as it is, we need to keep and retain quality people. And if we don't spend it, it's gonna come back anyway. 630 and call it a wrap, because you're getting 7,500 chopped off and another 2,000.
Okay.
How about
630.
We should have Greg Reichen here to auction.
You won, Wanda. Save me
I'll
some
go
dignity.
625, because I've
Split
I
the
need to
difference.
make, this sounds horrible.
are
I
you
need to
still
make sure
cutting-
that Mr. Alec gets paid because he does a valuable
Are
service.
you still cutting the 2,000 and the
So-
7,500?
I'm cutting the 75 because they don't need any more furniture. They can take the candy out of the book.
All right, how about you cut the 2,000 off the books and go to 630?
Yeah, I know. Well, okay, the 75.
What did you
that-
say?
That could be.
I say, no,
equipment
if you said what I think you said, the answer is no.
I guess John might be the type.
John's trying to stay out of it.
I know.
I can agree with the $7,500 cutting that,
Well, hold on,
Zero if that's
that
what you
that
want.
could also be, there could be some computer equipment, I do not know the exact status of all their computer equipment.
Yeah.
But I do think it should be no higher than $2,500.
okay?
Because we've got professional services, I think that's the $25,000 is for the magic, thing that Tyler has on his computer that allows him to access.
Carpel? That Carpel system?
Yes, the
Yeah.
Carpel
Yeah,
system.
yeah.
And that's a.
Which
so-
is why I don't think they need,
So John, Ryan, decide, let's move on.
And so that,
What-
that's,
What'd you guys decide then on furniture and that?
I think, I would like to see it just probably go down to 2,500.
I can go there.
Someplace in this budget, there's another 5,000 that's probably can be saved with switching them over to the sheriff's.
And, you know, we gotta remember
Well,
too.
why
that-
don't we do the professional services, cut that down to 20 instead of 25?
Yeah, and
and
again,
the
that's-
only problem with that is I don't know how much that Carpel contract is. I think that's the,
Yeah.
and this
I
is
think
again
that's the
where-
annual fee that we pay for that,
Yeah, and that's
which is
where, again,
ridiculous.
well, again,
But
that's where
it
it'd be
is.
nice to know where that
And-
that's a software license, not
I
so
think
much
it is.
a professional service.
Mr. Chair, I got one more thing I'd like to say is we also gotta remember, this is an elected department. And so his budget, you know, he's responsible to the voters in the same way that we are. If they're gonna propose this budget, he's gotta justify it to the voters. You know, same as the sheriff, same as the auditor and all of those.
Actually, there's not
that's-
much justification that
Well,
goes on, so.
Okay, I'm admitting defeat, so.
So we're at 630 on the wages, salary?
625.
625.
I'm at 6:30, raise hands, 6:30. I guess I'm in 6:25.
I'll do 625.
What, tiebreaker? What you gonna be, what's
No,
gonna
he's
be?
not the
There's no tie.
tiebreaker.
There's no tie, I create the tie.
You can't tie with
So-
two.
Okay, I guess I lost then, so,
I'm sure you'll make it up somewhere else.
yeah, all right, moving on. So, I'm gonna write this
625 for
down.
the wages and 2,500 on the furniture, and we're done?
We're keeping books at 2,000?
Yeah, they can use
Okay.
that for candy.
All right. All right, government buildings.
Which one's that?
Government center.
Okay, government buildings. Is this the one with, is this both of them or just one?
No, the next one is under,
That's this building.
And then we have another one.
this is the, this
And then-
building.
That's the levy, like this one in the back is the levy that we do, that's at 100,000, correct? That's the levy. And does any of this expense come out of the levy we do?
No.
What is this one for then,
This
the
is for
levy?
anything being done to the county buildings.
Okay,
Any major
okay. Okay,
that needs to be fixing.
I-
and-
I-
So we
I-
already have a $100,000 item budgeted, what, through the levy?
Yep.
Yep.
For buildings,
For buildings. So
Is that like
would-
for the chiller then?
yes.
yeah.
So
So we
that
don't
would-
have to do that anymore.
So that would be, yeah, so then we
No.
wouldn't do the
That
capital
would
expenditure.
cover
But
John's
Yes.
idea.
Yes.
this, yeah,
Okay.
this is like a levy that's taxed to cover the buildings, and it's at 100,000, but we're spending 200, right? Is that accurate? Did I say that correctly?
It depend, you know, what,
Yeah.
you
What's, I mean, and 2023 was 214, 20.
We paid for the
Our
chiller
current budget is
already. Did we pay for that?
228. I mean,
Oh, I don't know. if
when
we
Jeff
paid for
came
it.
in, it's not gonna get less. I mean, the buildings are getting older. You know, there's always stuff breaking
That's
at the
why you
jail.
upkeep them.
Well, but that's where this comes in.
Look at the one they're crashing down today.
Yeah,
What's it last,
so-
150 years?
Yep. I guess I'm fine with keeping it unless somebody wants to cut somewhere. But, you know,
What's that?
What building are they taking?
The old courthouse. The one that caved in and fell apart.
so,
Over
They
there?
got condemned.
anybody got anything, or let's move on? I think any money we put into repairing buildings is gonna save us in the long run. Leaky roofs, all that stuff, so. You're on fire
Well,
today.
I got one
geez.
thing, that utilities, I got at 75, I got down to 70, because we changed all the light bulbs and everything to LEDs, and Jeff said that should be, cut on the utility
Patty,
cost.
is the year-to-date, that's April, right?
Yes.
Okay.
2023 actual,
When was
70,
that-
I'm
when
fine,
was
I'm
those
fine with
LEDs
that.
put in, John?
I'm thinking the beginning of this year.
He
Beginning
just,
of this
he
year?
just, he
Okay.
had started a while ago, I think he just finished it
Yeah.
now, so. I'm
Okay.
fine with 70, that's cutting off 5,000.
So is that through April or through the beginning of
Through
April?
April.
So
So that,
As
should-
of
that should
April-
be okay.
as of April, I got projected out to 65, so.
Yep, I'm fine.
I'm
We
okay
can
with
cut- Cut
70.
it down to 70.
All right, we're moving on to safety center.
Okay. So,
I
what,
basically took 5 off of that utilities on the safety center also to 150.
150,
the utilities?
Yes.
What about, the supplies, the 21,000? What is that for?
I'd imagine that would be cleaning, so I can call Jeff quick, do you want, I imagine that's cleaning supplies and
I'm sure
toilet
it
paper and all stuff like that.
I know, because,
He's probably at lunch, but I can,
because that's kind of a,
Well, we've already spent 72.
He
as
spent-
of
That's
April.
projected is 21,720 is what's projected.
so if, that'd be about right, I guess. Okay.
so cut the utilities, 5,000, move on.
Yep.
All right, I think it's,
Equalization.
I think it's pretty good. The only thing I would say is that accounting accumulation, I understand why they want to do it, but I mean, do we want to add that in? Do we not?
What are we talking about?
They were talking about.
They want a new car all
vehi-
their own.
A vehicle, but you know,
Well,
They
if you're
drive
looking at
around
budget, they
town.
have the accumulations, and then they also have the 30,000 for a car.
okay.
No.
And
Well,
so
what do
I
you-
feel like it's like one or the other
Yeah.
at the minimum, you know?
Are they good on cars now? I mean, they got some newer ones in?
They got one good one.
Yeah. Well,
And that's a 2018, the newest
Yeah.
one?
And
That
I-
was the
But they only
latest one that
drive
they got from
around
the sheriff.
town. It's not like
yeah, the
we live in
farthest,
Minneapolis.
the farthest they would ever go is what, Irene, the chunk of
Well,
Irene or the other place?
and any conferences or anything.
But
they
take
have-
the good car
yes,
then?
They would prefer to be able to take a county car for that.
Maybe the way to do this is if they have a problem with a car, they come in like they would and we do it for that budget rather than a accumulation, because we kind of discussed that if you have the money, you spend it. I don't know. I guess I'm open to what everybody else.
Well,
I'm
if you-
okay with letting them drive the one they have longer.
Well, they have 3,
Well, I know,
yeah.
but
For salaries,
But the one is.
it looks
one
like
they don't even
salaries
like to
really
drive.
went up
There's
quite
one
a
that they
bit
don't even
too.
like to drive around town.
seriously.
But then I don't think remember they didn't have one last year.
Okay, because we went, 2023 was 35, and
What
then
are
it
you
went to
looking at?
319, and then 330. I guess it, did take a jump, but I guess they were probably short-staffed, so that makes
I
sense.
think they still are short one yet. And they were short-staffed
And,
in 2023.
maybe it's something, and Ryan, maybe this is something you could look at and eval, because I know Jeff Putoff, he used to be, he did some assessing, but I think his main job was GIS.
Who?
And that, he's not here anymore, but he left, he works at the
Oh,
Department of Revenue. And since we had District 3 do our GIS, maybe it's just, maybe we evaluate, do we have enough people, do we have too many? I don't know. That's maybe something you could look at and let us know.
Well, maybe we have enough if
What's not?
Yankton
we got?
County only
6.
has, what, 20,000 people, and Lincoln County has how
We haven't added
many?
any new people
Well,
or anything, yeah,
yeah,
so.
I know, but Jeff he used to do
Yeah.
another job that's not there, and so then that job, I think, became an assessor, and I would I think Gary's still got
Well,
a
and-
sheet of other
And
counties
that's
and
a
kind of
good
see where
question,
we're
because
at.
this, I'm pretty sure that this is the budget for them getting their full complement,
Yeah.
getting their full complement.
Yeah.
And I think they are still short one, and that might be the case where, I don't know, well, I'll talk to Michelle about
Yeah.
that, whether maybe we can reduce one staff if that
Yeah.
works in their workload.
And I really gotta credit this department for really utilizing technology to become more efficient. And, that efficiency, you hope, leads to having, being able to do more and maybe not having as much staff, so.
But I think the big thing, question in here is, yes, is about their vehicles. This is one of the departments that does have to do a lot of visits around throughout the county.
True.
And the better they do that, the lot easier our job is that day when we have all the assessments.
No, it doesn't really make it easier. It's the same,
and
it's the same miserable
Yeah,
job.
it's always miserable.
From what
yes.
I've heard is a lot of times, the sheriff's vehicles, they have a hard couple years on them, and then we trade them out, and obviously the sheriff, we all agree, needs to have probably the most dependable vehicles. But I haven't seen, and maybe Ryan's heard the different, are they having breakdowns, or they're not breaking down out somewhere, are they?
Well,
Yeah.
there's one of them that they don't even,
Okay.
they prefer not to even drive.
Okay. Yeah.
They don't trust it. The one,
Sure.
the latest one they have is their most reliable one, yes.
Okay. Would, do you-
Their concern is that, is that, trying to have one good one, so that maybe surplusing off that old one.
Yeah.
And trying to just keep current enough, especially in the sense that,
Yeah.
the sheriff's office is now trying to run their vehicles much longer too. So we're gonna see fewer vehicles coming from the sheriff's office
well,
in the future.
yeah, if we have, because
So what's wrong with the one vehicle that they don't like to drive?
I would have to go back to find that out, but, I just know that's what the situation has been, and that's the one that ran through at the shop. Lots of repairs were done on it.
Because we got rid of the real old one last year.
Yeah, that was the one that,
Yeah.
it wasn't worth repairing.
Yep.
Yes,
And that
exactly.
was because she was getting the
Yep.
one
Right,
from the sheriff's
right,
office.
right.
But it won't be for a while that they'll have another one coming from the sheriff's office.
Yep. I guess
So-
where I'm at, and I understand that situation totally, but, if we do an county accumulation or a vehicle budget for this one, we really gotta do it for all the departments. And I understand they use it.
No, and I
Yeah.
agree with you.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is I think what we wanna do on a minimum is either
I say,
one or the other, but don't do both.
I say we take the new vehicle of 30,000 out and call it a day.
And keep the accumulations.
Yeah.
Well-
Whatever is already there and not,
I would like to see if they need a new vehicle, when they come into budgeting, we really need a new vehicle,
Is it a-
and they do it at that.
been-
is
it's
it
been
a
an
need
issue
or is
for
it
the
a
last 2
want?
years.
There's
Well,
a difference.
Or if it's a new vehicle to go long trips, I know we discussed that,
Because
maybe,
right now they
maybe a
use the
pool.
personal vehicles to
Yeah,
go long
yeah.
trips.
Because if we had one good vehicle,
What do you
then
prefer?
other county
You're going on a
departments
trip to
use it.
another
I think that would
Take
make
my
more
own.
sense than each department having a vehicle, like one good one, and if Patty's going to something, she
Well, and
takes that
and that's
one.
exactly what Michelle
Yeah.
was saying, is like,
Yeah.
she would prefer to them have a good vehicle, because they do the most of the traveling, but then, yes, if like Patty needs to use it,
Yeah.
or someone else, some other department used to, they could still borrow
ju-
the.
just-
But then it's not their vehicle. They want it to be their vehicle.
They want it to be their department vehicle.
Maybe the
because
way
they
to
use the
do
most of
that
it.
then, and I'm just thinking, throwing out ideas, would be to put the accumulation in the commission budget, and then that anybody who needs that vehicle can use it. I think that would be better than having you know, because if they get an accumulation, every other department's gonna want one. And it's really what we need. I think the solution is to have a dependable vehicle to go to education that anybody can use. And it's really, you know, kind of unfair to, you know, burden one department with that, because if they got a new vehicle, everybody's gonna be probably borrowing that one anyway. I don't know what the answer is, but. So,
I
Well,
think
I
we
know.
continue the way we have been with the utilizing the sheriff's vehicles. I know the ambulance needs to have a different, a newer vehicle also for the medics to travel around. But
Well, they want
my
one.
concern
They
is-
said it had
my one concern
80,000
about that, John, is
miles.
that-
That's not much.
With the way the sheriff is running their department now, to get more miles and more time out of their vehicles,
I know,
those
but we can-
vehicles are fewer, gonna be fewer.
we can always ask Preston to move one newer, or one sooner, you know, the latest vehicle sooner. Because I still think that all of our vehicles should be on a rotation schedule versus just whenever they're completely shot and wore out.
so we're all in agreement to cut the 30,
And-
and we're talking about whether or not to do it with the 15? Is that where we're at?
Okay, look, we'll cut the 30 and go with the 15 accumulation.
Where's the accumulation in
That's at the
there?
bottom.
That's at the
So,
bottom.
so Patty, is that 599, that doesn't include that 15,000? Or does it include that? I
No,
don't think it.
no.
okay, so-
Not in her budget. That 15,000 goes to another line item.
Yeah. I get what everybody say, I agree with it, but I think we should not have that 15 either, because I'm not in favor of the ambulance and the other departments necessarily doing that. I would like to see it budgeted for. And again, if you go 2-3 years and you have the money, you're
but-
gonna buy a car, and I understand your position
But I'm
too.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
and the analysis here is like, is this actually the right strategy? You know,
Yeah,
the vehicles that the sheriff use, is that is that the best way to do this? Because we do know that
Yeah.
sheriff's vehicles, the police vehicles get used harder
They're
and
supposed to
differently.
drive around a lot.
well,
Yeah.
I
Well,
talked to,
And they're built differently.
I talked to some of the other counties, I know like Pennington and Meade and a lot, I mean, it's a common practice because the sheriff cars, they're good cars, but, you know, they have the potential to be in high-speed chases, so they're replaced more often and filtering down, I mean, that's a common
Yeah.
practice in the county, and we certainly wanna have usable vehicles. Maybe it's a case where, you know, we need better maintenance or something, I don't know.
Or-
Because we want good vehicles.
Or
for
the other
departments.
option
Yeah.
is going back to the sheriff's budget and saying, hey, yeah, I know he's trying to save money in his budget
Right.
to do this. Maybe that's not actually
Yeah.
a savings there.
Yeah. That's a
If we
good
are
point.
starving our
Yeah.
other departments of
Right,
vehicles.
exactly.
I would rather go that route.
And that's why I
So-
say, if Preston's got one that's
Yeah.
questionable, let's move it down and get it
Or
down
just
before.
on schedule.
Yeah.
And
And
so
if-
that when we see a need
Yeah.
in the departments for a new vehicle, rather than buying the new vehicle for the department, we try
Get-
to.
We shop
Exactly.
within.
Exactly.
We shop
I like that
out,
idea.
we send down a sheriff's car and get a new sheriff's car,
Yeah.
or, you know, because then
Yes.
Right.
they have the,
So,
I
So
could
that's a
agree with that.
so what's the answer here?
So I say we
Cut it all.
cut both, move on.
So we're at 529 then?
5, yes.
We just took out the 30, right?
Yep.
The random
Yep.
30 at the bottom. Looking at you, Ryan.
the 30 for the vehicle.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's what we said, taking
Okay.
out the 30.
And I like how they separated travel and education. That was a good move on that.
Are you getting rid of the 15?
15 and the 30, I think.
I
that's
don't,
what we
see, I
decided.
don't see the 15.
The
It's at the
15 is at the
bottom.
very, very bottom.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
So we're getting rid of the 15
Can we
too?
put just an asterisk on that one, possibly getting rid of that one, or rethinking
Yeah.
about how it's done?
Well,
Because,
and if it is an issue throughout the year, they can always come and, you know,
Well, and like you
Yeah.
said, maybe, or John said too, is maybe that needs to be under the commission, accumulations under the commissions.
I would
or
almost
something like
rather,
that. But-
rather do that because we have heard of a need, not for a department car, but a county car that everybody can use.
So now we're down to 514,9.
No, that 15 isn't added in.
Yeah, but
I
we
took-
get rid
I-
of the 30.
That 15
So
is, it's
529.9.
Yep,
Well, that's where it went.
yep. I'm 529.9, and
Yeah.
we'll look into the accumulation, because we still got to do the same thing with some of the other departments, so. I'm-
It's
I'm
an
good.
ongoing problem.
And there's not an easy solution to it
No.
either, is there? Yeah, yep.
Register of
Good deal.
Deeds.
I don't think there's much we can cut off of this one.
No, he seems to be pretty
Yep,
frugal.
yep.
I think the only comment there was like, I wouldn't mind seeing like,
What?
and I know they have the software too, they do use a lot
Yeah.
of software too to like separate that line item to software and licenses.
What, under
I
professional services?
think they do it under repairs and maintenance. They have a $48,000 budget for for repairs
48,000?
and repairs and maintenance. And I think most of that is actually software and
Where are you
licenses.
looking?
Or, sorry, I got the wrong one.
'Cause there's no 48 on here.
I somehow had two equalization
Okay,
pages.
see
Okay.
what happens?
Well, there
See
was.
what happens when your
Yeah.
row hops?
There
He's-
was two assessors, cause
Yeah.
I had added those two line
Yeah.
items.
Okay, we're on Register of Deeds.
Yeah, register of deeds. Now I'm on the right page. I flipped the page and I thought I got to the
Yeah.
wrong one.
I think
Okay,
Brian
wait a
should
minute,
give Brian should give us a class on
Yeah,
budgeting.
he's,
But
he's good.
but I know they also have specialized software too, and it'd be
Yes.
nice to know
Yep.
what we're spending in those areas.
Yeah, and,
Well,
and I think that'd
agree.
be a.
I think we
a-
should, next year, we should have,
Yeah,
on
we'll,
our
we'll be
budget,
able to see actual,
we should
yep.
like break it down a little bit more, it'd be easier.
Yeah,
This M&P fund,
That's a state thing.
that's a state thing we have to do, so there's really nothing to do with it, you know,
Well, I like the fact that it's less than the current budget, so.
yeah.
Veteran Service Office.
I believe when he was in, he said he increased his travel to do some more educational
yeah.
training, but I don't think it was by very much. Well, it
Then
was
we've
some,
got
but,
hotspot rentals for 40, is that so when he goes like to somewhere he can look
Yeah.
onto his computer?
I,
Yeah, he
I
can-
wanna say when he goes, and a lot of times with hospitalized people,
Yeah, but
uses
that's
the-
what that's for, he
yeah,
goes
I
somewhere and
believe
that,
so,
okay.
yeah.
he's, wait, how much is he spending on?
$40 a month,
$40 a month, okay.
it's way at the bottom.
There we go.
It's in .2 font.
We should
Uh-huh.
get another
And
one
it's
of them
flipped
and give
for
them
other
to
direction. It
extension,
makes
we'd
it
save a lot of
fun.
money a month.
What?
Well, extensions, internet is like 600 or 300, isn't it? Like dollars?
That's another one that we need to get rid of,
Give them we'll get another $40 hotspot and bring it over there.
or, yeah.
Okay, sheriff's budget. I think the utilities, maybe? That can't be right.
1,000?
Travel, he's got 15,000 for travel, and he's used 2,100.
What are you thinking?
10?
I could live with that.
And one other thing that, on his personnel budget, I really like the way he does his breakdown of personnel, so we can see that. But I don't think that with the vacant people that we have, that the vacant people should jump up a grade and a step. I think vacant people should start at whatever number they're at and then
Yeah.
get their step after they've been there.
Are you on the next page after that, or which one are you on?
I'm on
Yeah.
page 2 of the budget,
Okay. The,
sheriff. budget.
yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, does to me too.
I mean, yeah, that would make
Because if
sense.
you're not there, why do you get
Yeah.
a step and a grade?
Yeah, exactly. So what correction are you gonna make to that then?
Well,
Because that'd be to the
I've only got 2.
salary line.
And then the tangible goods, I'm not understanding what the tangible goods amount to, and I maybe should have asked him. Because in 2024, he's got 186,000.
That's the total tangible goods.
What line are you on?
And, there's
97,000.
186,000 in other.
Oh, I get it, I get it.
So
Never
But there
mind.
is 186,000 in other.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, so what's that?
Mm-hmm.
But he,
Well,
See, I think
No, that-
he includes the vehicles in machinery and auto equipment, I think.
where is he though, where are those?
the total tangible goods, that's the total for tangible goods.
For
That's
all-
everything.
For all
Yeah,
of that.
186, 70, well, 24 was 73,
Yep,
25 was 97,000. The 185, I think, is all those three groups.
yep, yeah, I think that's right.
Well, that still doesn't answer my question.
Well,
There.
furniture and minor
Oh,
equipment,
okay.
10,000,
Yeah, that's the
machinery and
line there,
audio
hard to
equipment,
read here.
84, and equipment
Well, he's got
grant-
84, he's got 123,000 in machinery and equipment this year so far,
Mm-hmm.
or 39,000 so far. And he's budgeted 123,
Well,
so I'm not sure,
84.
budgeted
4,000.
at 84.
I get it. That's what he wants, I understand that. I'm not sure what this consists of. Auto equipment, is that the cages? Is that the laptops for the new
you know,
laptops that
I
he
think the
wants, that he says
laptops-
he got a grant for?
The laptops, I believe that 123 from last year had included those laptops, that then he got a grant
But he
for.
got a grant for that,
Yeah.
or a portion of that.
Yeah,
Well, that's why it's only 84 instead of 123 this year.
Well, I know, but what's the 84?
Uh,
Is it two cars, one car and a cage?
Probably one
One
car
car
and
and
a
two
cage.
cages?
Well, we did he talk about, I can't remember, did he talk about
I will
buying
know
another
better next
transport
year to
van?
ask.
That might be in the jail, but,
He
What's-
might have had that in his write-up.
yeah.
Did you read, his write-up is behind it?
Yes,
It says the sheriff's office need to replace a minivan, laptops for non-patrol
maybe next
vehicle.
year he could have an additional line item for vehicle, and then we would have machinery, and then one for vehicle, then we
There
would
we
know.
go, another line item, you guys.
The budget book's gonna be
I
this
know how to
big.
make the extra lines now.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Well, and I think Ryan brought this up too, and I get 84 is a lot, but in 2021, it was 117, 2023 is 112.
Well, yeah, and in
2024 was
2022, it
120.
was 12,000, so
Yeah.
you always read the high numbers.
Yeah, well,
Some of us notice that.
I'm looking at the average though, and that's
Well, if you
still
added the
probably
three
what-
together, they'd still be lower, but
It would
we can,
be close.
I'm okay with, I just want to know what it is.
yeah, and I think that's what it is too, is when you see that much variability from year to year, it'd be nice to know
It's-
what the
it makes me
justification
curious.
behind
Do
your
we wanna
number
call him
that
quick,
is.
or
What?
do we want to call him and ask him quick?
Okay, well, if I average those, Dan, the average would be $80,833.67.
Touche, you,
So 84 is not out of line then.
It's not bad.
yeah, okay.
I can live with that. It's an average. It's a little high average, but it's an average.
Okay. Next budget, were you gonna make a correction to the salary?
Travel.
Well, I thought you
No,
were gonna.
I'm making the the correction to the
Because-
salary, he only has, according to his page two, he
But he-
only has one vacant.
Two.
But again, that's somebody that,
He's got two
Two
vacant.
vacant.
Yeah,
at
do
the
you,
top of the list.
oh, there's the other.
would you wanna take the 4.2% increase on the two vacants and deduct that from the 2025 proposed budget? Because you didn't agree that
Yeah,
a
they
vacant
shouldn't get a
position.
step in a grade
Okay.
until they're
So
hired.
whatever-
So you're talking 3 and
You're talking
$6,000 total.
Yep,
60 roughly, yeah.
Take 6,000 off.
Yep.
okay. I can,
And then, on the jail budget,
So that's 117,
I want to know what
9.
169,000 in professional services is.
He did have in there that they had to hire that nurse practitioner for.
Yeah, but not for 169,000.
No. I know that's, would that, Patty, that
123.
would cover like the medical too, would it not, or is that separate? Like, I know they're constantly going to the doctor,
Well, they're always going to the doctor.
dentist.
Medication, it's ridiculous. That's the only one I really have a question about is why is it 130, you know, and then 72 year-to-date and then 169, so I don't know what
I
that
think
is.
in the explanation that he did mention that, Avera used to do the doctor visits for 10,000 a year, and now they're going to 93,000 per year.
Yeah, but he also said that they don't have them anymore. He has the nurse practitioner come in twice a week, and that saved a bunch of money, which is good. I'm all about saving money, but it's not 169,000.
No, but if you add $30,000 annual for the nurse practitioner, you come up with 160, because if we'd added 93, it'd be over 200.
What?
Last year was 130,
Okay,
so now he's asking for $39,000 increase.
I get that, but last year would have included getting
The nurse
summarily charged by Avera,
10,000 from Avera. That's what they were charging.
and then it went up.
He didn't pay him any more up. He hired the nurse practitioner.
No, we paid them some more, but then he chose to hire the nurse practitioner to alleviate that, because it was going to
I
be
don't think he
high.
ever paid the increase, but
Because I don't think we've ever paid Avera only $10,000, anywhere, ever.
Somebody swallows razor blades and goes up for surgery, I'm sure that.
3 different times. 3.
but that doesn't,
And then
that's
pencils,
not included in
and
the,
then spoons. Anyway,
Well, if you look at this, 2023 was 168
okay,
on professional services.
yep,
You know, 2024 budget was 130. Year-to-date was 74,000 already.
Pretty entertaining.
So I'm thinking that he's,
I know, but it
He's
started
just
out being
budgeting.
71 in 21,
Yeah.
101 in 22, 167 in 23.
Less naughty inmates than Wanda, or are they getting naughtier over time?
I think
It
we
would
should
be-
reduce the food service.
Cheese sandwich?
Maybe we can let that out for bid again and get them more fruits and vegetables.
good luck on that one.
I don't know, I just don't know what professional services is, that's why I was questioning it. It is what,
Yeah.
it is what it is. I mean, I don't have a huge problem because the jail makes some money. But then when you get to page 2 of that, that's where you have the 4 vacant, on the salaries, the 4 vacant positions that he wants to increase step and wage.
That's almost, yeah, that's a little over $50,000 difference. Little over $50,000 difference,
Well, it's $212,000
yeah.
for people that aren't there. But of course, if they're not there, we're also not paying the Medicare, the retirement, the work comp, the unemployment insurance, blah, blah, blah. So those numbers are down a little bit.
Okay. Are we on juvenile, or are we?
Have we finished with the jail budget?
I don't have anything unless any of you
well, I
guys
think we should take
do.
$8,000 off of the salary
For
because of the 4
step and
vacant
wage,
spots.
for the
Okay.
step, yeah,
Yeah.
and I agree with that. If
So,
they're vacant, just don't
1,
increase their step.
8 or
3, 4, 6.
8?
It's roughly 8. It's $2,200 per occurrence.
So 8,800
Where are you seeing the $2,200?
Well, from 2020,
Oh, from the 2024 to 2025? I get it.
actually, it's.
Okay.
So we're,
Yep,
we're
that's
taking
fine.
8 off,
That's fine.
so it'd be 1,338,556. Everybody okay with that?
Wouldn't it be 34?
I-
1,334,556?
I did the 1,346,556 minus 8,000.
Yeah, shouldn't that be 1,334?
I got 1,338,556 is what I got.
I'm just gonna take 8,000, whatever
Yep.
that brings.
Yes.
You're welcome to borrow my calculator.
Mr. Calculator says it's $1,345,756. Other than that, that's fine.
Patty will take the $8,000 off, because then,
And it is
then the benefits will calculate also.
Yep,
Yep, that's,
agreed.
all right. Juveniles.
Wait, are we there yet? Oh, there's the juvenile budget. I just say we stop housing them and turn them loose in the street.
You know,
In
again,
Minnehaha County.
this is, I gotta say it for the people watching, this is something that the state covered until, it was about, 2016? And, it was expensive, so let the counties figure it out. Now there's, instead of one state solution, there's 66 different solutions.
Well, as of July 8, 2024, the county had spent $231,641.44. And we have 5 months left at that time. So I would guess that, I don't know why we call it rental, we should just call it juvenile detention. Rental makes it sound like we're getting a car.
Rental for beds.
Bed
What?
rental.
That way, anybody who looks at this budget will know what it's actually for. It's the naughty
Put another
children,
line item
No.
in first.
naughty children line item.
I have, I 100 years ago, I took this out of the P&D. 100 years ago, a 15-year-old Yankton County boy was sent to the reform school after his failure to live up to the county during the year of probation. And he was sent, the court sent him to the state school in Plankington. So 100 years ago,
They
there
had
was a
naughty
solution,
children.
and it was the state. But now it's like, that's pretty expensive. Let's just dump it on the county
Well,
with
that's
no
because,
ability to pay
that's
for it.
because they closed Plankington after
Because
that
it was a-
girl ran around during PE and killed
Because it-
over and died.
And because it was expensive for the state, and so the state, instead of having
You know
one
what was
solution.
expensive for
they-
the state is when the mom sued the state for letting the kid run around, froth at the mouth and die.
Well,
That's what probably precipitated that.
But in reality, we had one state school, and now really we have a Minnehaha
60.
solution and a Pennington. So we went from the state taking care of it to now the county's paying to house in Minnehaha and Pennington County.
Well, and I think children are probably a little naughtier now.
Yeah. Are we good with this one, or moving
We're not
on?
good with it, but I don't think we
I
can
don't
change
think
that
we
much.
have a choice.
And if you notice that, projection for, or the budget is for next year's 501,
501?
$501,000.
Where, I'm getting 506, 819.
Go up a line.
Okay.
Just
Well-
for the rental,
No,
just
for
for the
the-
rentals.
Yeah, yeah.
Just the
Well,
rentals.
I guess I was looking at the total
Yeah,
of 506. But, yeah, and that's a good point, John, that you bring up is, in, 2022, it was 80,000. And, now we're at 506. And does any of us see that going down, or do we see that continuing to skyrocket? In 4 years, that might be $1 million.
Aren't you just a,
ray of sunshine.
a little
No,
ray
I mean,
of sunshine
but,
there,
but
Dan?
that's a reality of just, everybody who is listening or whatever, the burden that's on us is, taxes are going up 3%, CPI, whatever's
And maybe,
less, and these are going up 25, 30% a year.
and maybe the county should ask that every parent of every child that's sent to detention pay at least $50 a month to support their care.
No. Well, and
And
this,
maybe they'd be a little more incentivized to keep them at home and deal with them at
I agree with
home.
you. You know, but this right here, I consider something like this juvenile detention directly correlated to like, you know, the example pathways where all of these people are coming into the community without much of a plan. And if it doesn't work out, we end up having to pay for it, so. All right, 24/7.
All right, sobriety. I would note that under tangible goods, furniture is spelled wrong. Just saying.
Yep. I don't think there's much we can do. Are we getting, Wanda, are we getting any refunding from the state for this program, or,
24/7, we get a reimbursement for the graduates, don't we?
well,
Each one
Oh,
graduating.
no, that's drug court. That's a
Oh, that's
different,
drug
that's a
court, that's
different
is this?
program. 24/7 is, you go, you have a choice. You can wear a scram bracelet.
Yep.
Which costs you $40 a week, plus I think $120 to put it on. And then it will tell the court through the internet, Wi-Fi, whether or not you're consuming alcohol.
Does it work
That-
with drugs too, or is
No.
it just alcohol?
Just alcohol. And then you have the 24/7 where you blow twice a day. You have to blow 12 hours apart, and you have a half an hour window. So if I choose to blow at 5 o'clock, then I can go from 4:30 to 5:30. I cannot go at 4:29, and I can't go at 5:32 because a warrant will issue for me.
Really?
Interesting, oh, yeah. It has to be within that half an hour period. And then it costs $2 to blow each time, so $4 a day.
And that is paid for by the individual, is that
That
correct?
is paid by the individual. And then I see in our payments, claims every month, that we pay Brian Nogelmeyer, who is the head of the 24/7 program. We pay him every month, but I'm not sure what that's for.
And Wanda, I think it was during your time, we transferred, it used to be people holding the breathalyzer, and now we have a machine, it's just so the people at home, so I mean, that is, from what I understand, it
Correct.
became more efficient.
Well, it's a lot better because those people can come in 24 hours a
Yep.
day because it's in the entryway
Yep.
of where you go into the jail. It's in the entryway and the machine's there and it's, you have your time to
Yep.
blow. And then it says, for 15 minutes prior to blowing, you cannot do any of these things. You can't chew gum, smoke cigarettes, chew, use mouthwash, brush your teeth, eat, and it has a list of things. And then if you blow and you've done one of those things, it will come up hot. If it comes up hot, apparently some magic light goes on in the jail, and somebody will come out and visit with you.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you blow and you're not hot, then a little like receipt-y thing comes out. And I encourage people to always keep those
Yeah.
because
Yep.
if somebody says you're not there, this is your proof.
Yep. And
Because it takes a picture.
And 24/7, that's another thing that's ordered by the court, which we have to pay
If you
for,
want to
so
be out
we
on
don't have a
bond,
choice.
working
Yep.
and paying taxes and
Yep.
providing for your family, you
Yep.
do 24/7 and typically drug patch.
And drug patch, that's
Is-
different from this, from what I understand?
That's totally
Okay.
different. That's
Okay.
what Ms. Stoliker puts on.
Okay.
It's currently $50. They put it on, then they put what they call an overlay on, which is like clear tape.
Mm-hmm.
And it stays on for 2 weeks, then they take it off and they send it somewhere and you're either hot or you're not hot.
Mm-hmm.
And it tests for 7 or 8 different substances. THC, heroin, fentanyl, cocaine, amphetamine, methamphetamine, seems like I'm missing one. Opioids.
That's interesting.
And it, then
good
it'll-
info.
and it comes off, and I can bring a matrix if you'd like to see it sometime.
Yeah.
It'll list all the potential drugs, then it'll have the evaluations, and then it'll have what you test at, positive or negative, and you test positive, it'll say how many nanograms that you have. I think the highest I've seen is 4,000 nanograms of methamphetamine.
They get an award?
No, but you don't get an award, because the cutoff is 10, so you can have less than 10 nanograms in your system, and it doesn't test positive, but if you have 11, it's a problem.
Wow, that's very educational.
And people say, I don't want to spend $50 and I don't want to be on the drug patch, so that's fine, sit in jail, nobody cares. Sit there till your trial in September, that's fine.
Except for, it costs us if they're a resident, it'd be.
True,
Yeah.
but they don't like the food and they don't like the rules, so
do we-
they want out.
And you'd be the one to talk to, would it be in the county's best interest if somebody couldn't afford a drug patch but wanted to get out to, even just say the county will pay for it, because it
Oh,
would
no.
actually save
Oh,
us
no, then
money?
they'd all say, no, I can't afford it, because
But wouldn't
I
it
would
be
say
cheap-
60% of the people that are arrested on drug charges now can't afford a lawyer, so they get court appointed.
Would it be cheaper for the county to just do that than have them in jail for, what is our cost, $80, $90, $100 a day?
No,
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because they'll be out, if they're truly got a
Yeah.
meth problem, they'll be out stealing, not working,
Yeah,
breaking
sense.
into cars.
makes sense.
I don't know. We would just shift it from the county to the private citizen.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they'd love that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I appreciate your insight on that. I don't have anything to add to the
So,
24/7
I was
unless
just,
somebody else
I mean, I
does.
was just looking at the numbers here and, professional services, 17,000. Historically, it's never been that high on the
Yeah.
actuals.
It's usually been a lot lower than that, actually.
I know, I think.
That's
if I-
what he just said.
I
Yeah.
think if I recall right, he's gonna have someone full-time kinda doing this now.
Say what?
Managing this. It's 24/7, I think is always kind of more of a part-time thing.
Well, Cheryl Stoliker does it 4 days a week.
Yeah, it's gonna be more now, cause there's a lot more.
Not
doing it,
necessarily,
yeah.
because
I was
then
just
he's
trying
gonna
to-
have to find somebody who's gonna work all those hours.
Yeah, because the biggest increase is all in the
But-
personal.
Yeah, but it's the
personnel, and then-
professional services, but I don't know what that actually is.
And that's exactly what I was wondering is, the highest it was is 12,000 2 years ago.
I mean, unless some of it's the IT, I don't know how much it costs to rent that ultra-cool machine. But
Yeah.
I would like to think that whoever's using it is paying for it at a rate of $4 a day.
I
Yeah.
thought, and for, maybe you know this, maybe you don't, Wanda, that it's $2 or $3 each time to blow, was it?
I'm sorry?
How much is it to blow into that machine? Does
$2
that come
twice
to
a
us,
day.
or does that go to the state? Do we know?
I think that goes to pay for the rental of the machine.
Okay.
And a portion of it goes, I believe, to the state, to Brian Nogelmeyer, who used to be the Turnip County Sheriff, but who's now the 24/7 czar, for lack of a better
Have we,
word.
are we able to set the rate on that? I mean, should that rate go up, or should it be kept at
It went up
3?
from $1 to $2, and people are complaining it's too much.
So how does that get paid? They gotta buy a.
With cash. They come in with cash.
So you
They
stick
put
two
it in the
$1
little
bills in
machine.
the machine.
Just sucks it right in. And no, you can't, as I understand, pay in advance. And you can't not show up, because you don't show up, you get a warrant. You show up early, you get a warrant. Show up late, you get a warrant. Show up hot, you get a warrant.
There's only one outcome where you don't get a warrant, right? You show up on time.
It's
and
called
clean.
accountability.
Yeah, I guess, Ryan, were you looking at doing
Well,
something different?
I don't know, I was just looking at the numbers here,
Yeah.
17,000, what's the justification
Yeah,
for
but
that?
look at 2024 actual.
I guess,
Zero, I know.
No,
No,
2024?
actual, it says 16,800.
Oh, wait, I just,
So I don't know,
actually,
Actual
that
is the
can't be,
budget.
that
That
can't
was
be,
actual is the
budgeted.
budget, year to
Yeah.
date, that's the budget from last year.
yeah,
Yeah.
I get it, there's a 16,800 difference. But we wanna
Yeah.
move that up 200.
Yeah, I know, like, we've spent none of it,
I get it.
yeah.
You
And
and
then
I are
top-
on the same
okay,
page.
Good, all right, and then, and then also suddenly now we have a travel budget on this, and I'm like, what's the travel involved for this program?
yeah.
The only thing that
If you wanna,
if
I'd
they have
support
to
that.
go to some state meeting to
Well,
get updated on how to put on the farm chem patches would be my only guess, but still.
Okay, $1,000.
I'm more
seems
concerned
quite a
about
bit, but-
16,800 than
Yeah.
I am of 1,000.
I feel like, given the history, that that 17,000 can go down, and we can cut that travel
'Cause,
budget in
Yeah,
half.
that 2024, because we don't actually have the 2024 actual yet, because it's not the end of the
No, you
year.
mean year-to-date.
That's,
Year to date.
Yeah,
but you gotta, this was April though. There might be
Yeah.
charges.
yeah.
Mhm.
What are you thinking, Ryan?
I don't know, I would think, you know, based on the history, 15,000
Oh,
would
wait,
still be generous.
fine with that.
So
Yep.
I would
Would
say
10.
that, I'd go with that.
I think
So
15.
10 would
I
be,
think that's a
yes.
perfect number.
So what number are we picking, Ryan?
15?
12?
I
Let's
think
go
15.
12.
Oh,
Let's do 12.
okay. I can support that.
We're gonna wear out Patty's eraser
And then,
here.
and then I think the travel should be cut in half. I don't-
500?
Yeah.
Got it.
What about the supplies?
No, they
$50,000
need-
for supplies? What
Well,
are the
that's for
supplies?
that's for the little tubes,
Yeah.
and every
That's-
time you blow, you gotta get a new tube.
I understand that. So we gotta pay for that.
But some
versus-
of that should be coming back to us
Yeah.
That's part
in
of
the
it.
$4 a
Pat-
day that they
Yeah.
spend.
Patty, do we?
Well, it
do
doesn't
you-
go back in their budget.
Do you see that? So when
We-
people pay
yeah.
that cash in the machine, are we getting
We get-
revenue?
We get, from the sheriff's
Do we-
monthly money.
Is there any way you could track what that we
I can
got
check
last
and see.
year on that? I would
Yeah.
just be curious, because we know we're losing. I mean, it's something we gotta do, but it'd be nice if we knew some amount was coming back. But I'm fine with those changes. I think they're good. I think they're good changes.
That's my guess.
Supplies.
No, travel.
Oh.
I'm okay.
And you would wonder why utilities would be separate for,
And, and then
This.
the very last one was other. Again, we have an other of $1,000.
yeah.
Like, that-
What about utilities? Because this is in the safety center. It's correct, it's in that other building?
Well,
I know it'd be using utilities, but I couldn't imagine
well,
it'd use
in the
$1,000.
past 3 years, it's been 0.
yeah.
So what do you think on that
Make
one,
that
Ryan?
0.
Yeah, I think we can line that, yeah, take that out.
Okay,
And I feel like we should take out the other too, because it's really, there's no justification behind other.
all right. Sounds good.
Other for what?
Under the.
Other to 0.
Tangible
Budget,
goods.
change it
under
to 0.
tangible goods.
Line 43,900.
Okay. Good.
Oh, maybe this is what other went for. The new design of the,
Are we moving
of the
on, guys?
patches and the sheriff's thing.
Coroner.
Coroner.
Are we
There's a
on the
new
ambulance
sheet.
or
That
coroner?
should be, that's your new one, cause I just got it today. I
Which
just
one?
gave it to you.
Which one?
Again, this is another
There we are.
mandated by state law. And I assume the professional services, that's the autopsies.
Yes,
Yep, so.
What did you say?
I just gave it to you.
No, him. What did he say?
The professional services for 30,000, that's the autopsies they do on the bodies, correct?
We don't have that many autopsies.
Well,
They're like 1,500,
Well, in
2,000.
'23, we spent 30,000.
yeah,
30,000
maybe
on
that's
autopsies.
inflation, Wanda.
You have, to do an autopsy, you have to have a murder,
No.
or you have to have an unattended death.
Oh, I'm glad that number's lower this
Well,
year.
how many dead people, this sounds horrible, how many dead people have we had? We have one girl in Gayville. Who else?
You would probably know more than us.
I think that's all the,
Well, in year-to-date through April is 12,000.
There,
Yeah.
aren't the autopsies more than that? I thought they were several times.
So-
Patty, when we approved, I thought they were, what is an autopsy? They're usually, because that's, Sanford does them usually, and it's quite a bit of money.
because sometimes I think they have other and it's more.
Yeah, because I know, well, just burying them is 1,500, so an autopsy's gotta be more
$1,250.
than that. What?
$1,250
Yeah,
is what we pay to
Yeah.
bury somebody.
I think it's, I remember, we don't get them often, thank goodness.
But
I
see,
think
like
it's-
in 2024, in 2023, didn't we have a couple of murders here that we've paid for?
I don't
We've had,
recall.
yeah, we did.
And she, and,
Because we paid Resolute Law Firm for those.
I believe you're right. Yeah. I guess it's,
Let's go 20. We got 5 months left, 4 months left.
The last one was 2,700, and
Okay.
the one before that was 2,500.
See?
So, okay. Are we, just before we make a
And that's in
decision,
Sanford, they did it in Sanford.
where the ambulance was talking about, because they're the ones who transport, charging the coroner for that, is that something we want to do or not? I know it's just
Why
shifting
would they
money around.
charge the coroner?
Well, if we had to hire an ambulance service to do that, that's what
Well,
they
and
would.
if we flew to the moon, then what would they
Well,
charge?
I think I know where you're going with this
What
one.
do you
I just
change- what are they
asked because they
changing?
had mentioned, that
Professional service.
in
They-
their budget, they do certain services for the county that they don't get reimbursed for.
Well,
So I was just asking
if
if we
somebody
wanted
is
to do that.
murdered,
Yes,
if somebody is murdered, I'm sure there has to be an autopsy.
Yes.
Then they have to be transported from point A to
Yeah.
point B
And we-
as a chain of custody. You
The-
can't just throw them
yes.
in the back of the truck
And-
and
and-
drive to
and,
Sanford.
and our ambulance is usually the ones who do the transports to Sioux Falls.
For our murdered people, I would say yes.
For-
But it
for-
would not be a charge to Sanford, it would be a charge to this
Yes,
county.
Yes, it would be accounting, and
But
That's
since,
my question.
but since it's our ambulance, I'm pretty sure we can say, put that body in that
Okay.
ambulance and take it to Sioux Falls.
all right.
And then when you're done, we'll pick it up.
So we're keeping it at 30, moving to
I thought we
25.
moved it
I'd
to
say 20.
25.
25 is 10,
What did I tell you?
less than 10.
I thought I heard 27, but
I don't know who said 27, I said 20. Who said?
You said, you suggested 20,000. I don't know.
I
who
thought-
said
22 and a half.
25,000.
Because we got August, September, October, November, December, we got 5 months left.
so you want to go
We're
to 20?
crossing our fingers, we're not having any more
All right,
dead
so
people.
I mean, well, our year-to-date is 12. So
I
we're
get it,
about-
because I know we have at least
Year to
one
date as of
deceased
April
girl
30th.
in Gayville.
Okay,
What's
And
that?
I
As
thought
of
we
April
had
30th.
one
This is April 30th.
victim
Yeah.
of stabbing
So-
as well.
so what about like 25? And that would, if this year's is doubled to 24, we'd be just under that. Because, 2023 was 30. I don't, again, unfortunately, I don't see this number going down.
Yeah, in
any.
2021 it was 6, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of agree with 20.
Okay,
Um,
let's go
And then
with
the
it.
other quick thing is rentals, repairs and maintenance, what are we budgeting there for? That's
Yeah, I
another
don't know.
$1,000.
750.
Well, between the two of them, 250 and 750. I was like,
Yeah, because
We
Says
didn't
it
traditionally they never had
000
any.
750.
yeah,
You just want to line through that?
yeah, I was like, I wasn't even sure what's the justification for that budget.
Yeah. I can see supplies and I can see travel.
Well,
I can see
supplies, don't
those.
you,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not sure who puts them in the little black bag and
Yeah.
zips it up.
Well, but, I'm sure those
But they
bags
need those
cost something,
bags.
the gloves cost something, yeah.
So 0, and then 500 still for supplies?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right,
So where's Don that he's missing out on the fun?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him, so I don't know.
Okay. County Extension.
I'm on ambulance.
I
Ambulance.
got ambulance.
Ambulance.
Oh. Oh darn the luck, I must have skipped that one. My
It
bad.
happens to everyone.
It's a big one.
Yeah, but that's the one with the yellow sticky.
He printed out a new one for us at the last meeting I handed out.
Well, it doesn't matter, it's all the same.
It's 1,491,791.
What's 30,500 in other?
Good question.
And
Well,
my
that's under utilities. Other, it doesn't have anything in, on mine.
No, utilities
The
is up
bottom
above.
other for tangible goods.
You're in the
I'm
wrong.
guessing
Oh,
that he,
yeah,
I
under
remember
tangible.
he said something about that.
a vehicle, probably.
And,
Yeah, but that's his vehicle request, isn't it?
Well, no, that's in addition to the accumulation.
Oh.
So, I mean, this is where it
Oh.
gets confusing, why we need to stick to one policy, because here, they're not only requesting a vehicle under other for 30,000, they're also doing another 50,000 for county accumulation, which,
Yeah, but
I
we
wonder
just,
how come we won't put that under auto equipment though?
I'm sorry?
I'm wondering why he didn't put that in auto equipment though. Instead of other.
He had, okay, so there was something that he had moved the 25,000 down to the other. The 25,000 that, you know, we have budgeted 25,000 for
Was that when he was talking
furniture
about
and
they
minor
had to,
equipment.
every once in a while, do new, like, heart things? There's- There's,
They-
there's
they have
initials
to be-
for it, but I can't remember what they are.
AED,
What?
AED.
Yeah. The
Yes.
life packs. They
You
have.
know
Life
those?
packs, yeah, or,
I've
yeah,
had 'em.
they have an
How are they?
expiration.
It's not very pleasant.
Okay, good to know. We'll skip those.
If we look at salary from 2021 to now, it's gone up, yeah, 200.
Yeah, but
Thousand.
that salary is, my recollection is, that salary is if they can hire a couple more people.
Yeah.
So if
true.
they don't hire a couple more people, all of the things below that will go down a little bit.
Yes.
But what is the professional services of 55? Is that part?
Is that partial, isn't there a doctor that is he's the medical individual, who,
Yeah,
We-
there's one that's gotta
tends-
sign off basically
yeah,
on
he,
everything.
he's the base, who is that? Do you know, Patty?
He's
That-
actually Falls.
No, he's here.
No.
Oh, no,
He's
that's
here in
not easy.
Yankton, and he
He's
has,
from the hospital.
yeah, I can't think of his name right now.
Hiltonen?
Who?
Yeah, Dr. Scott Hiltonen.
Hiltonen.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dr. Hiltonen?
Yeah. He's, yeah, was it the medical advisor?
So then first responder supplies, he said those wear out, so you have
Yeah.
to throw them out.
And we're finding out we're not able to bill for a lot of those like we thought we would be able to. We're at 40,000, but in the past, we've spent more.
And
That number's probably reasonable.
so what's that other?
Under operating expenses?
Yeah, of 31,000, then you got
That's
other
utilities.
under
That's
tangible.
utilities
That's
is
utilities.
31.
The other there is 0.
Yep.
Oh, okay, got it, sorry.
Travel's reasonable.
Is the professional services though, does that include that EOS software? You know,
Not sure.
We
Ryan?
could, I don't know, yeah, and that could be another good question, is professional services could also be help with IT as well. And so, again, this is again a case where maybe another line item just so that we can really track
Yeah,
these things
I
tighter.
I think that's a great idea.
Patty's not liking that other line item business. She's shaking
Patty,
her
we'll
head.
need 10 more lines, that would be
Yeah.
great. Furniture, 0. I guess coming down to the same position as in the other ones, the county accumulation, and again, it's kind of a philosophical, do we want to just put money away every year? Or when they need something, do we want to budget for it that year?
What if we don't have an ambulance after this year?
Well,
Then what?
Yeah, I don't know, I kinda see this as almost like a similar situation with the jail. It's like, you know, we kinda have to think about this as a long-term, it's like, we can't go without an ambulance in the county.
yeah.
We can't just shut it down.
No, I don't think anybody, and I agree, I don't think anybody's doing that, but I think we need to ask ourselves, you know, we have an ambulance because 20, 30 years ago, it worked out, but does it work now? You know, just because the county can do something, doesn't mean necessarily we should. I mean, by codified law,
And
the
80%,
counties can
and
run a
80% of
hospital.
those people come within
Yeah.
the confines of the city.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
And I don't think anybody's talking about just getting rid of it. I just think maybe there's
So
more
how come
efficient
this-
ways to do it.
the city doesn't cough some up.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I mean, I know
Well-
they say, well, everybody pays for it. Well, everybody doesn't pay for it because only property owners pay for it.
Exactly right.
Anybody who rents does not pay. And 90% of the people who are in the 80% of the people
Yep, I would agree.
are renting. So
Well,
they're
that
not
money
paying.
goes into the general fund.
I'm sorry?
All like people that rent I mean, that money goes into general fund.
That pay their ambulance bill, yeah. Yep.
What do you mean, the
correct.
renters pay money?
It's through their taxes.
Renters don't pay taxes, property owners pay taxes.
But I mean, that's what I mean, and you know,
So the property
taxes are
owners are
good.
paying for the benefit of, yeah, I get it.
I guess, I don't know, I think maybe, it's my personal opinion, you know, with that extra vehicle for 30,000 and the 50,000 for accumulation, I think we just need to be consistent as,
I think-
we're either gonna have an accumulation or we're not. I would rather they come in and say, we're gonna need a new ambulance this year, and we make it work, rather than just pile up money and it just happens.
Well-
Because if this is in an account,
They're gonna spend
they
it.
can spend it without us, and, you know, if you win the lottery and you need a new car, you get one, or if you have the money, you do it. If you don't have it, maybe you wait a little longer, so.
So what you're kind of leaning towards is maybe we can have accumulation accounts, but it can't be under their control, or?
Well,
Or maybe it's
I
under the
don't-
commissioner's
I
control.
really just don't
It's
like.
don't think we
already,
should have an
it's
accumulation
already
accounts
under
at
your
all.
control.
Yeah.
It has, they
yeah.
don't have control over it.
I don't
just
think
don't
we
like
should
the
accumulate something
we're
we're not
doing.
doing.
accumulation.
And I guess, and, you know, when I look at the ambulance and all the studies and everything we've read, and
Yeah.
all the things that we've done
Yeah.
in the past year, it all kind of points to really the only, like, the big,
Expenditures.
the big flag on the ambulance isn't so much that the service or how it's, day-to-day operations or anything, it is the fact that its building is getting older, and
100 years.
the infrastructure
Yeah.
is the bigger problem. They're on track to, current budget 1.4 million, they're on track to bring in 1.2 million in their fees collected, which
Which is
kinda-
great.
It's great, yeah, it's really making this whole service we're providing to the county cost very little.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, but I also, you look at the projection, is more and more people are gonna get on Medicare, Medicaid. The amount, 16 to 16+% have no insurance, and that number is growing, and we might be there today, but in 10 years, a lot of that is gonna be different. The reality is the
Or it could be
insurance
better.
companies, well, is the government gonna start paying a bigger share of Medicaid, Medicaid?
No,
I don't
they're
think
not.
that'll, I get what you're saying, but I don't think it'll ever happen. And we have to look at that too, and to your point, I know you brought it up, is that building's 100 years old. If we need a new building in 10 years and we're gonna keep it, we probably need to start putting another $1 million away, if we're gonna keep it, so.
Why don't we just maintain the one that we have? And since they don't like sharing, emergency services and the ambulance service don't like sharing, leave the ambulance service where it is. And what happened to the highway department that used to be along Broadway? Does the county not own that
We
property
sold
anymore?
that, sold it.
For what, $14?
Probably not very much.
It's a response vehicle.
I'm sorry?
It's to
So-
replace that 2006
Yeah.
snowplow
right.
truck,
And,
is what
and,
it
and
is.
that's another issue where I believe that we could speed up one more vehicle from the sheriff's department and give to the ambulance department and
Yeah, I don't
go
think,
from there.
I strangely enough agree with John.
Thanks, Wanda.
I
For
don't
a
think that
response.
the ambulance service response vehicle needs to be brand new. I think
Yeah.
it's good enough
Yeah,
to take a sheriff one,
well, and
because theoretically, safety,
yeah. The issue is like, it's a 2006 truck that they use to snowplow, then just keep it in the parking lot and still snowplow with, I still drive a 2005 truck. It's different than if it's an emergency response, just like you guys are saying. Yeah, that maybe needs a little, convert a sheriff's vehicle into emergency,
Yeah,
and just leave the
and-
plow truck there with the blade on it.
yeah, and leave the plow truck, because
Yeah,
then, it's only gonna plow 2 little spaces, who cares?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
it breaks down
Well,
between there and here.
And this is maybe where we talk with Jeff too, that he already does a lot of the buildings, maybe he just runs over there, you know, he's got a good truck, he just include that in there. I don't know, it's an option.
I'm curious, who does the parking lot for the cop shop?
Not sure, probably Jeff. I would, oh, the.
Why wouldn't the police department do it? Because they have virtually all the
I'm not-
spots.
I'm not sure.
So are we done with the ambulance?
I,
They take off.
I would like to, get rid of that, 30,000 and then
Which
the
30,000?
30,578 for a new response vehicle and look at getting another vehicle from the sheriff's office like we talked about. Cause that's what that's
And not
for,
give
right?
them 50,000 for a
And
replacement.
then not do the, accumulation.
I think that's agreeable to me. What about you, Mr. Heine?
So
It
two?
sounds consistent.
You're
I'd say
taking
take
that
them both
You,
out.
you know, be fair to do the same
Yep.
thing for
Up, and
everybody.
it looks like John's agreeing, so we have 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think if they need a new ambulance or we need a new vehicle for the county,
Yeah.
Come
Yep.
talk it.
come
Yep.
talk to us and we'll buy it.
Well,
I
and
mean,
Well-
or we'll
Well, or
decide.
we'll have the sheriff get a different one and
Yep.
move down.
yep.
Exactly.
All right, good deal.
So, moving on to county extension. Am I on the right one now, Ryan?
Yep.
You changed already the rentals, you put it down to 2,500.
On which one?
For rental.
Extension.
And that was internet, Ryan, were you saying, or what was that?
Yeah, we want to get rid of their internet
Okay.
connection. They're paying way too much, and we can probably put a
Rentals.
hardware piece in there to
Are
give them
you
internet.
on, still in the ambulance?
Oh, no,
No,
extension.
extension.
Well, that's what I thought, but somebody said no. Okay. So extension.
You know what, I wonder if we could have a conversation with Jeff too, because I believe we hire out the maintenance for all that, the mowing. I'm wondering if that's something Jeff would take on. I mean,
Does the
it's,
highway do the parking lot?
I'm not
Who,
sure,
who does the parking lot?
Highway,
I'm not sure.
I thought.
You know,
Mike
I
goes
guess
over there?
if we're
think
doing
Mike
all
goes over
these, all
I
this
thought he
mowing
did
anyway, would it
this
make
last
more
year.
sense
He
to
did
just
for the
us do a little
building,
bit
the-
more rather than pay that 5,000? I don't know, it's kinda what
Yes,
you guys
that's
think.
right, out there, he did, yes. But
If we're mowing everything
For
but
the-
this,
Yeah, but
You know,
is it just the mowing or is it the mowing and the snow?
I imagine it's both.
Well, isn't that under grounds maintenance or no?
Repair and maintenance and grounds maintenance, I mean, that's $15,000 for both of those. I'm sure we could do that for less with our own people. Would make sense. And I wanna say that we do not
Well,
only.
I don't,
the
it
extension
wouldn't
is,
have,
extension is a 4-H building, right?
We, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, Patty, we do the extension building that we kind of own, and we do the maintenance for that big building as well, which we don't
Yeah, but
own.
doesn't that,
yeah, but we wouldn't have a line item in here if if Jeff was doing it,
No,
or if
no,
Mike was doing
yeah,
it.
my
well, they're
question
out,
is
he's
why,
saying we want
Yeah.
he wants Jeff and Mike to do it, not pay somebody else.
Yeah.
But I don't know if they're not already full of things.
I think that's maybe something we could ask them, because, I mean, that's a potential to save
Well,
probably a pretty good chunk of change.
Who gets the money, well, the ice rink is not counties, right?
Correct. Belongs
That's
to the
correct.
4-H association.
So we just have those barns, for lack of a better word, behind there.
Yeah, we don't own
Which
those.
isn't
We
it
don't-
coming
we
in
don't
this
own-
week?
We don't
We don't
own
own them.
anything over there. The only building we own is
No,
that
but we
metal one.
maintain it.
And I don't know, I guess I do know why we maintain it, but
Maybe we'd be better just writing a check, here's a check, you do all the maintenance and rather than,
And
know,
who are we writing this check
well,
to?
maybe the 4-H association would be better that they could pick who they want to maintain and mow and
See,
repair
and I
rather
think
than
that's what
us.
we pay the 4-H association.
is the
Okay.
$10,000 for keeping those barns up, painting and everything, I suppose?
Let me go look and see.
Because, we pay for the insurance and,
When we pay 5,000 in other,
repairs and maintenance, grounds work, and then, supplies, travel, utilities. That's 12,000 for utilities, that's a lot. Do we pay for utilities for both buildings? Does anybody know?
I think we pay for the utilities for all the buildings,
I would not be surprised.
but isn't the 4-H?
Other 5,000?
Yes, this fair is this week, Friday and Saturday.
We didn't get a shirt this year.
We didn't, because we didn't have a meeting before the.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, yeah, we do, today.
Yeah, that's right.
You wanna take 5?
Yeah, let's take 5.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Motion for 5-minute break.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion by Dan, second by Ryan. All in favor, aye. Aye, aye, and aye. Made an executive decision.
No, we don't pause, we just turn the mics off. Otherwise it messes it up. We made a motion to once.
That's what I want to do, is this wicked extension. At $99,000.
Anything, Ryan, can discuss this here.
No, I know.
You think maybe we just, when we do the final.
Everybody go.
We made a motion.
Take 5.
You're responsible. I'm thirsty too.
You have a thing. I thought you usually have a thing.
I know, I forgot. We did a motion for 5-minute break.
30 lines, probably.
We were thinking about what we want to do. Maybe we wait till after the
I'm taking 5 minutes.
state fair. and
Did you write down the or who motioned
Dan
it?
and Ryan, Dan made the motion, Ryan seconded.
And we can actually, we'll have enough time to ask Jeff if he has the ability to take over from.
I don't know.
Because I haven't gotten a decision yet from 4-H if they want that building back here.
Dan and Ryan,
Yes.
Really? What are they waiting on?
that 10,000 is to the leaders for maintenance of grounds.
Okay, so we don't do it, it's
Building
just a check.
unless extension is housed in there.
And then that other is paying the people that come and judge the 4-H.
Well, they're the ones that brought it up, that said, it's our building. But isn't that when we said we're gonna move contacts on our?
Now they said it's only, the
Only
stipulation, it's only if extension is housed in there.
But Rob said we could just leave her out there and
We could give her
still
one
let
off.
cons- you know, and honestly, that would be better because there's new people actually there to keep an eye on her. And actually, she could.
Who else would be out there?
The contacts.
We'll give her one office in that building.
And we could say, hey, if we're giving you this building and they need a little, bit of help, you gotta help her out. So I think that'd be the best case. And then if she can still do it. And then you know what, that could be. What do you do in all the relative? You're really busy.
I think I'm gonna have to go get my
I think we should put in the budget to buy new chairs
They're
for the
expensive.
chambers. You know what?
I just went to look at one office, just to, whoa,
I know, but we only need 5 of them.
yeah.
6 of them, I should say. What's that?
Furniture's expensive.
I know, but these chairs suck. You can't, this is as high as they go. I need them to go up a little higher. Or I can't get this one to go up.
Ever.
All right.
Where's my pencil?
Left it on your desk.
I know. We're on extension, right?
Extension.
That means we're what, halfway through the book? Patty would know. Are we halfway through?
Yeah, the other ones are pretty quick.
Good.
They should be.
We're getting through the worst of them, that's for sure, yeah.
Planning and zoning?
So extension is, are we done with extension or are we still on extension?
We're not done yet, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think we should probably.
I'd move to go back on the record.
Second.
I have a motion by Wanda, second by Dan to go back into regular session. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
I guess, I think we should check with Jeff and see if he'd have any interest in maybe doing some groundskeep snow removal mowing.
Well, why don't we see if we're gonna end up doing anything out there?
Well, I think we should wait, but
Would Jeff be able to do it any cheaper than this $10,000?
we, yeah, and if he can, great. If he can't, then we don't make a change. But I mean, whatever
Well,
we have here.
He's got
we st-
mowing here, mowing at the safety center, snow removal here, snow
Yeah.
removal at the safety center.
Yeah, and that's all we'll ask him. But we just gotta do the, Patty, correct me if I'm wrong, second week of August provisional budget, which we could still make changes to, and then final budget is September.
October, well,
October.
it'll be approved October
So
1st.
we can approve this as it is, as provisional, and then still change it till
Yep, yep.
October, which I think we need to look into a couple things before we do that first. But I agree, if Ryan made the 25, from 4 to 25, I think that's a good change. That was
On
the
which
internet one.
Rentals?
Is that for rentals, Ryan?
rentals?
Thank you, Minna.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't have it.
rentals,
Your
2,500.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, the
And
only
we-
other thing I was looking at is supplies, is that 4,500 has never been that high.
Yeah,
We
Yep.
could probably go down to
3?
25,
3,000, I was thinking that would cover anything that we had in the past there.
28? No, I can go with 3, that's fine.
And then again, second, and another one was utilities, we've never been that high on utilities there.
So
I'm gonna go down to 10,
I was thinking 10,000.
Okay,
because,
that sounds good to
through
me.
half the year, we're at 2,700.
Yep.
And then
agree.
salaries,
Can we wait on that?
okay. We good then on that one?
I think so. I'm good.
Cause is there gonna, replace Danielle's spot
I'm sorry?
I think we gotta,
on extension?
I don't know what we're gonna do.
I think we need to have a conversation on what we're gonna do with that.
It kinda depends on what we do with that building, I think.
Yep.
So, on to soil conservation.
You know, professional services,
That's for the trees.
yeah, is that for the trees, the professional services?
Yep.
Trees and
Cause it's,
Why don't we
Labor
just
for-
call it trees?
it's never had any,
it's
mo-
also labor for planting trees.
Oh,
it's,
okay.
it's never had any money out of
That's
it.
not the number
Retrieving
for
trees.
422,
What?
Wanda. 422 is not trees.
I thought they said that was for trees.
No, I'm talking about the operating expenses, professional service, 5,500, and we've never spent any money on that ever.
That's trees.
Okay, how come it's never come out of, how
That's
come
why I said, why don't
the
we call
actual
it
budget?
trees then?
Yeah,
I don't know if that was trees. I think that was because they were. I think that was more the planting of the trees for these larger
Yeah.
plantings
Yes,
Yep.
for the
So-
shelter belt project.
for shelter
but,
health
but
projects. Yeah.
doesn't that
So
act-
never in the history of time have we ever planted
We always
shelter.
did it
belt-
ourselves. Last
Yes,
year,
in the past
we
there was more
hired-
volunteers.
Oh, so okay.
But does,
Now-
question, I'm sorry,
Yeah, well, in the past there was more volunteers, and now we're having to pay.
People to do
Elkhorn,
it.
Elkhorn,
Okay.
Not Elk, Antelope, something,
Antelope Creek.
yes,
Yeah.
Antelope Creek does it now.
So, question, there's the soil conservation, which is we have, but then there's a Yankton County Conservation Group. Are they paying for the trees and everything, and we're just paying Ryan's salary? That's how I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we shouldn't actually be paying, correct me if I'm wrong here, we shouldn't actually be buying or paying trees or doing any of that planning. That should be that group, correct? We're just, it's kind of similar to the 4-H where we're just paying this person's salary and they devote some time. Am I understanding that correct?
Well, she has to pay the liability.
Yeah, I'm fine with the insurance, I guess, professional service, the county shouldn't be buying the trees, that should be the conservation group buying them.
Well, and
getting
this
reimbursed.
isn't the trees. This is also the labor to plant trees.
The labor to plant trees.
Okay,
We got.
why wouldn't that come from the
that's a
conservation
good
group
question.
too?
Yeah.
From what I understand, because then
You
if
mean the
somebody.
United States Soil Conservation people?
No, the Yankton County.
Because there's a
Conservation.
federal one too. you know.
Well, I don't know, that's just my question on that, and then I can understand like public things, supplies. She did explain she might have to do some travel for a job, which I understand.
I don't see a lot of fluff in this one.
No, I'm fine with it as it is too. So, righty,
Weeds.
and you needed some new machinery, he said?
Yes,
Some new
he's,
sprayers?
You can sell his old one for $5 and buy a
New.
new one for $25.
Yeah.
And he's got that listed under machinery and auto equipment.
Yep.
Yep.
Insurance,
So I
publishing,
guess my question then is it really, his budget really then 20 for the machinery?
No, we can't do that.
Yeah, you have to budget.
You
the
gotta do
full
them separate,
expense,
okay.
And then you have the,
yeah, well, and,
Income.
yeah, we'll need to probably pay money down, get with the way, all the layoffs for John Deere and all that stuff, we might be a year before we get it. Yeah,
Well,
I
if
get
you
what
get a
you're
John
saying.
Deere,
Well, yeah.
there
that's
are
a good-
there are other providers.
As long as it's green.
Are we on to planning and zoning yet?
Is that travel budget, is that 1,000 or what is that?
Yes.
Okay. Almost look like 7 there. All right. Planning and zoning.
Well, it almost looks like 2,000.
I think it's 2,000.
Is it
It's
2,000?
It's 2,000.
What do we want to do with that? Because it's never been,
No, it was in
Fif-
2023.
yeah, all right.
And yeah, they're at 1,400 already.
All right.
18 budgeted.
Yep.
So
That's
I
not,
feel like
that's not
You're right.
ridiculous.
No, I think pretty good budget. We were gonna change, I have written rentals to 2,500. Is that correct?
Or
That's
which
what I
one?
have written down.
Yeah, we bought a copy of it. It's the
Yeah.
19 one.
So it went
So we
from-
are on to planning and zoning now?
Yes, we are.
Oh, I was still on weeds.
Oh.
I think that's what he was talking.
You got weed on the brain? Are we done with weeds? It didn't sound like anybody had anything else.
Yeah,
Well,
we're
I
done
thought
with
we were
weeds.
done, but nobody said anything, so then now
Planning
we're
and
talking
zone-
about rentals.
Planning and zoning. So Gary, you're down to 2,500, because of the copier. I think that's a good move.
And then
For
district,
planning, and it says 89 there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Should be
agree, 2,500 is what I had written down.
Yeah, we changed that.
Yeah.
I-
Yeah,
I
we
wrote
changed
here.
that last.
and then the professional services, we paid District 3 33,000, yeah.
Yeah, that's the majority of it.
What else is in there? Software?
Legal. What else is in there? That's most of it. And all our publishing comes out of supplies for meetings, meeting notices.
You have publishing, so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is that E91 signs I see on there? Is that getting better? I know when we first started, it was kind of Wild West. It seems like that's gotten a lot better,
Yeah,
so.
I think it's gotten better.
Mhm.
The new system helped.
Yeah. I guess I don't have any question. You did a 4.2%, did you?
Yes.
How did we do that? Usually in years past, we did all of this and then we figured out what we could afford and then, you know, then we said it's gonna be 4.2 or whatever, and maybe we should get back to that, is have our budgeting session and figure out where we're coming from and then do that rather than,
No, then
you
we
know,
have
you
to do
hate
the
to
numbers
promise people
twice.
something and then
Yeah.
you get
I
something
don't
big
wanna
come
do
up,
that,
but.
I'm sorry.
No, let's not do that, because then we have to do the numbers twice. Do the numbers and then go back in and add. Patty's gonna poison your
Well,
coffee.
we could add a few more lines. I'm joking, Pat. Don't worry. I guess I don't have any other ones unless you guys do. Utilities.
The professional
Are you,
services.
utilities are, now that would be, you're paying,
Telephone.
oh, it's by,
Share, correct.
okay. And
Is
maybe,
it based on square footage,
okay.
New LED lights will help in
Yeah.
the building.
hopefully?
Do we have do you have a list, Patty, of all the landline phones and faxes that we have for the?
We have a list of all the numbers.
Could I get that from you? And the reason I ask that is I think it'd be good to just review and see if there's any savings we could get in that. I don't
By
know.
doing what?
Well,
Having
how mu-
less phones?
How many fax lines do we have? How many do we need?
How about maybe they all share one phone?
I'm not gonna go there. You're gonna get your coffee point. But fax lines are something that.
Yeah, each office
scanning
has a
and-
fax line.
And I don't know if you would agree, well, when's the last time you sent a fax? It's been a long time? So why, why are we paying for a fax line, I'm assuming each month? The ambulance dealing with medical stuff and probably Patty's office that deals with HR, I could see having a fax, but why are we paying a fax line for every other office if they never use it?
Upstairs, I think there's only one upstairs
Okay.
that's shared by like
Yeah.
veterans,
Yeah,
security,
yeah,
because they still get that.
yeah. Well, maybe that's just something we could,
I get
we could
faxes to
review.
this day.
Well, you're an original too.
I'm special, I know.
You're an
But
OG,
like
yeah.
medical facilities and
Yes.
mental health facilities don't like to send things by
Yeah,
email
yeah.
because they can be stolen
I agree
and
with
because
that.
people can change.
Yeah. Yeah, all I'm
Can
asking
change,
is
so-
maybe we
so
just
they-
review it, that's it.
I have to have a fax because people, that's the only way they'll send me stuff.
Yeah.
Or
And-
they'll encrypt it and I
Yeah.
can't open it, which is,
I agree with having some
ridiculous.
faxes, but if every department has one, which maybe is the case, maybe it's not, we probably don't need to be there. And I don't know what,
Register of deeds, my office, the treasurer, the veterans, no, not veterans.
And is it like $2 a line, or is it thrown in with the, email? Or-
Assessor's office.
whenever you get that, just get it to me. And I think it's worth looking into. It's not a huge savings.
It's
but-
$4.
Yeah, but that's $4 of taxpayer money, Wanda.
Well, I know,
Not
but then
getting
we're
that back.
throwing 50,000 away on studies for things that are never gonna happen.
So you're saying you wanna study how many fax lines we have? Is that what you?
No, but I don't think we need to do another sewer district study ever.
Oh, come on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the only thing on here is like, yeah, our professional services and P and Z has never eclipsed 40,000 in the past 3 years. We can probably shave some of that off on the professional services.
Think we can get by with 40? You.
I'd be fine with that.
Just 40. which
I'm
would be a-
asking Gary, he's the one.
Possibly
40 instead of 50?
45 for sure, but
Okay, we'll go 45.
45. Unless you wanna study that. All right,
Highway.
move on. You got anything, John? Highway?
Highway.
Again, I got
38,000 for utilities seems
I-
high.
I got a big, like, Post-it note for Luke right over a bunch of that. Do you guys have that too?
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
over
In
the,
the corner.
in
Yeah.
the corner?
I don't know if that's covering up anything.
Apparently he's from Nebraska. What are their professional services? Is that for like the bridge studies? Whatever they call those,
Yeah.
the structure things
And, yeah,
with
It's-
IMIG?
you know, it was 55,000 last year. We spent 11.
We don't need to do all the bridges this year.
So, you know, that's probably a moving, it's a good point.
the bridges done?
That's a good point you bring up, is when you're doing a lot of engineering bridging, that's gonna be higher. But if you're not, that's gonna be lower. So what do you think, John? Would 2030 work for professional service? What do you guys want, 25?
Well, next year, do we have to do all the bridges again?
No,
Because it's like every other year, isn't it?
Every 2 years we do.
It's
well,
every other.
Every year we do the James River bridges, and every other year it's the other ones. But the state covers a big portion of that. We're still doing annual James River Bridge. And
Yeah,
for you guys who, I don't know if you were here when we did that, the reason we did the annual inspections on the James River is, when we had flooding damage, the state didn't, well, 2019, we had big, huge icebergs hit, and they didn't want to pay us the 300,000 to repair it. But we had just done
A study.
an inspection, so it proved that, you know, and that one incident saved us $350,000. So to me, it's well worth doing it for those big bridges at least, but.
you know, and I think last year he had 55 budgeted. Or I mean, for this year he had 55, and for next year he's got 40, so I think he knows about which inspections need to be done and what it's gonna cost.
We're at 23 was 8. I just, you know, I know it's been higher in 2022, but we want to leave it? What do we want to do?
I think we should leave it.
All right.
How about your rentals budget? Seems to be a bit just a, kind of a guess.
I'd agree with Ryan on that one.
What did you say? How much?
If something
rentals.
breaks, or something
Yeah.
that he needs to rent to finish something?
Yeah, you know,
He's come in before, like when our paver broke down.
Right, right.
And honestly, I think that's a good thing to explain to the public, hey, we were kicking butt, this piece of equipment broke down, and we can explain it. I don't know, I
You know,
kind of,
I think we could cut that to 15 for sure.
That's what I was kinda thinking,
I'm
it's just
fine, yep.
15, you'd still
Got
have
it.
it, but it
Yeah.
doesn't seem to be, needs to be that high.
would agree.
Just a case of where he's doing a pretty good job.
Yep. The 315, that seems pretty high for
Repairs and
repairs and
maintenance.
maintenance. I mean, the highest we ever had actual was 202. Last year, we budgeted 310 and we're at 16.
Did he say he needed to buy something new this year? Or is
Yeah,
that,
but
we
that's
just
not
did a
the-
rotor,
No.
gra-
Well, I know he talked about some truck transmissions one time, and I agree, it's probably pretty expensive, but what do you got, you highway people, what do you think?
I think we could back that down to 275.
Okay,
Oh, cause he has, what that 315 consists of.
Oh, that's right, he does have pages in here. So let's look at that before we make that decision.
repairs and maintenance. I don't see anything for repairs and maintenance in here.
Right here.
well, it's on the,
After
on the
the
third
Tires,
page.
oil,
What, third page?
engine,
Right here.
Okay,
Tires.
tires, I don't know, oil filters and
Miscellaneous
brake.
repairs of 60.
Yeah, I think that could probably go, and then oil
Well, let's-
filters and,
Let's go,
that's your 40,000 that you just cut, right? You're
What
cutting that
is?
Cutting that miscellaneous repairs from 60
Yeah.
to 20.
Yeah,
You're at
I
275.
can live with that.
so 275.
Yeah.
You know, and that engine, I know he wants to replace an engine, but sometimes it's better to buy a new truck instead of replacing an engine. So,
Okay, fuel, gravel, travel, utilities. Emergencies.
so on gravel, I know last year he only had 157,000 budgeted. And he's running short on gravel right now, so we're gonna have to buy some more gravel this year yet,
Yeah,
so,
because when he was here, didn't he say he'd like to get some more?
yes.
Yeah.
stockpiled.
Sorry, what?
The gravel is probably not a bad thing to have stockpiled. So we're gonna leave gravel at 300,000? Is that the plan?
I
you
think we
guys?
should.
All right,
That's one nice thing we can carry over, though. I mean, it can get old
Yeah.
and nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for travel budget, I hate to even do this, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't, bump him up a little bit, and the reason I say that is we got WIR, and Mike doesn't, attend a lot of those conferences sometimes, and I know they're having a real issue with the highway soups, you know, not even having
But
enough
if
for their
he thinks,
quorum.
if he thinks it's
Well,
enough,
Well, maybe we could encourage him to go to more of that, but I know he's a busy guy.
well, he's got
I think he should
$2,500 to spend.
He doesn't go to nearly enough.
He should be going, that's where you learn of the new tricks and techniques to do that. And the issue I've heard time and time again is when the highway superintendents meet, their association doesn't even have enough people, of a quorum to do business. And I just say we encourage him or one of his people to go, because that budget's pretty small for travel. He's probably too modest of a guy to ask for more, but what do you think about 3,000? That's 500, bump it up $500. If he doesn't use it, it goes back to the general fund.
I don't know, think 2,500 is sufficient. You can do a lot of traveling for
Okay.
that.
Considering he's only spent, what, 600
Yeah,
so far this year?
yeah, all
We're almost done.
right.
There's another conference he went to in Rapid City that would have been after this, though.
Well,
So
and,
you're increasing the travel?
you know, the other thing too is, you know, we ought to think about developing the, you know, subordinates to, and, you know, sending some of his other, he's got some new leaders there, and that's something that could be considered too, is send some of those guys to get educated on these different things, and I'm fine whatever you guys decide, but if nothing else, I think we just encourage to do
Well, we
more
can
of that
encourage
stuff.
him to go and see if he
Okay.
spends it.
Okay, I can live with that. Emergencies, we've never spent any of that.
No, but we took 20 away from somewhere else. Let's just leave that there.
You're being very generous today. The,
Not really. I'm sure I'm gonna get an ass chewing later.
I guess if we have no record of ever spending that, we have county, you know, contingency funds. I guess if an emergency does happen, you know, come in and say, hey, you know, a bridge washed out or this, and that's where we'd get that funding from. I guess having money in a line item that we've never had any history of spending, why are we doing that?
I agree. And how much does $20,000 cover in an emergency?
Yeah,
Not much.
Not much. I think it's just better off to just take it away and
Yeah.
put that into, think about the contingency fund more.
Yep.
Well, then on asphalt roads, should we take that away too?
Well, that's
This
different.
year to date, we've used 0.
Where are
Yeah,
you
but
at?
we have a history of using
Yeah,
that though, too.
that,
so.
that could be that could be that just the bills haven't been submitted, because I know they're out doing paving and asphalt on the Utica Road. It could just be that, and that's
Well, this
as
is
of
as of
April.
April.
As of April, and they
haven't
don't even
gotten
start,
there.
yeah.
Get out there yet
Yeah.
right.
in April.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're in agreeance then, the emergencies go to 0? Okay.
I can appreciate that.
Asphalt roads. So bridges, 400,000. That's fine with that. Asphalt, 400. West City Limits Road. Now that line item, I don't know, can we just eliminate that?
Which one?
The
You can remove
West City Limits Road,
West State Limits Road.
could we just get rid of that?
We don't have that
Well,
anymore, do
yeah,
we?
that
If
was,
there's history in it, I have to keep it.
okay,
Oh.
yeah, because we used to have, what, a shared maintenance agreement with the city on that?
See, that would have saved us $1 million if that new law would have been passed 15 years ago.
Yep. Yep.
We done
Machinery
with
and
highway then?
equipment. Yeah.
Yeah,
it- do
minor equipment, that's one of those places where that's, they have that server cabinet over there in their shop, that is a liability.
What column are you looking at?
Furniture and minor equipment.
Oh, there you
That's
go.
where your computers would come out of. I don't
So you
know,
wanna
might
get
be-
rid of that?
No, actually, $1,000 wouldn't cover anything in there if we have to get that replaced.
So what are you
So-
saying?
It ought to be nothing, or we should probably up that to something more.
But we, according to our previous conversation, we've used 0, 0, 0,
Yeah,
0,
well,
0.
exactly, because that server is very
We-
old and,
You can't, that door's gotta swing both ways, you
uh-huh.
know. Why don't we just leave it and see what
We'll
anything-
leave it, I think,
At some point, it's
I'll
gonna
see if I can-
change.
I'll see if I can find a better number, and if it's not a better number, if it doesn't have to go, then I think we should get rid of it,
Works for me.
so.
What
So
about
we-
you, John?
I'm fine either way.
Are we
Are we done
still,
with the highway now?
we
Yeah.
still doing that 12 miles of double chip seal?
It's budgeted.
Okay, I mean, the
My
reality is,
intention is not to do it.
well, and that's maybe just something that we discuss if we are coming in, you know, short
For October.
for, I mean, really, the highway, that's the only budget that's large enough to do that, and, all right. Emergency management,
Yep.
we there? All right. And he had, for salary, he did higher than 4.2, if you remember.
I'm sorry, he did what?
He did a higher number than 4.2, if you remember, he came in and,
6.
yeah.
Didn't he say he did the $1 an hour or something?
Well, I just, we gotta be consistent with everybody, is how I feel, and, you know, so. You know, it's not that I don't think these guys do a great job, I know they do, and they work a lot of hours, but it's just, you know, we gotta be
Do you want-
consistent with
Do you
people.
want me to have them do a 4.2 then?
What do you
I
guys
don't.
think?
I think whatever he did is fair for now.
I don't think we can have one department do a
Yeah,
higher
the
percentage than
consistency, I think,
everybody
would
else,
be a
you know.
problem.
Yeah, I get where they're coming from, but we gotta be fair, you know. If we do 6% for these guys, then sheriff's gonna come in and everybody else is gonna come in and want that too. And I don't think we can afford that, so,
No, I think it should be the same.
you know.
Which is about a,
I'm sorry?
going from the 6% to the 4.2%.
So then, are we gonna go back and give them the same raises we gave our other emergency other emergency services?
Well, I think
Back then?
part of that was the law enforcement, and, when we gave them the raise, was because we started to lose people. And
No,
then-
I don't think that's why. I think it's because
Okay.
Preston wanted it.
And then the ambulance, when we gave them the raise, was because of retention, because that department probably has the highest turnover rate. You know, there's not a lot of turnover in this department.
Well, there might be.
Well, I don't know.
That's just like every office, though.
I just think we need to be consistent with, across everybody. It's the fairest way to do it.
Well, I agree that's why they picked the matrix,
I
which was before my time.
I understand, and you also have a lot of the other emergency, the sheriffs and the jailers and the ambulance people get paid by the hour, and they get paid salary, and when they're working
More.
14
Yeah.
hours a day instead of 8.
Yeah,
And they're not getting overtime like
And
the
they're not
sheriff's
getting-
department is.
Right, exactly.
no. Well, you know, when,
So we can either say 4.2 plus, the $1.50 an hour or whatever, or however we wanna do it, and I don't think it's unfair that in this particular issue, that he uses a 6% increase instead of a 4.2.
Well, I don't think we have emergencies in the Register of Deeds office, you
Well,
know.
No, I
Where,
know,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying.
But-
yeah, we're agreeing, John,
Yeah.
oddly
We're- and we're-
enough,
yeah.
twice in one day.
You're
we're talking
pitching
about-
what I'm catching?
I am.
We're talking about a delta of $2,055 on the salary.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Ryan?
A change of $2,055 between the 4.2 and a 6%. So, I don't know.
I say
I mean,
just do it and be
but-
done.
But, okay, then you got the auditor's office. when
The
they're
auditor
working-
office
when they're-
doesn't work 20,
What about during election times? Yeah, they do, okay, and.
yeah, but don't they have flex time?
I,
No.
I think it's a mistake to give special raises to one. Do I think that they're a great department and probably worth it? Yes. But these are the types of things that cause friction and irritation between departments. I think the best
Do you have a
approach is to
problem
be
if
fair and do
Paul
4.2
gets a
across,
6%
because
raise
if we
get
don't,
4.2?
I guarantee
Been like
you,
that
we're gonna have
forever.
many departments coming
You
in.
know, certain offices
You know,
get-
the Department of Equalization, they
Well-
have some
well,
really
we-
busy
we-
times too.
Well, we should never have given the sheriff a raise
Well,
then,
We probably
because
should.
that was a mistake.
And,
not
and the
saying
last
it's
time he
deserved.
came in, us three voted no because of consistency. So that's, again, it's not that they don't
go
deserve
off
it, but
I
thank.
get it.
You know, but
I mean,
that's kind of
that's
where.
why we have this
yeah.
matrix, so we
Well,
don't have to do
Yeah,
this.
and it's kind of, you have emergencies, you work hard, then you get a little lull and you catch back up. And that's the nature of this business right here. you know, is, when the emergency strikes, you're gonna be putting in extra time. So. I just, I know in the past we've done these types of things, and it's kind of always snowballed, and I just don't want to do that again. So,
Well, let's talk about furniture then.
so we should probably be in agreement. 4.2 yes, 4.2 no.
I say 4.2 no.
Okay.
And that's why we're working on the matrix situation to get it so that from here on out, we are
Okay.
all on the same page. But unfortunately, we have to make this adjustment this time, is in my mind.
Okay. Well, what's the
According to
where's-
Ryan, it's $2,065.
you know, but what are the wages?
Why don't we take
for-
the $2,065 out of the furniture budget, move it up, call it a day?
What are the wages for Paul and Aaron? Because I would imagine that they're higher than any of the surrounding counties. Not that they don't deserve that, but again.
I don't have that information right in front of me
Again,
for
you
on the
know,
matrix.
if we take it out of the furniture, then I guess I guarantee another department's gonna say, well, I wanna take it out of my furniture and pay myself more too. Again, it's the last time I'm gonna say it, but we gotta be consistent.
I
Each
agree, and I
department-
think this is consistent with our emergency services.
Yeah,
And I think the problem is we made a mistake adjusting the sheriff and the
well,
emergency people, but
yeah.
we've done it, it's done. We can't change it, move on. Commissioner Heine, do you have an opinion?
Well, I'm a little divided, because I
Yeah.
agree with Dan, like,
Yeah.
we should be consistent.
The time to do all emergency person, we should have done it then and not now, because I guarantee you, we're gonna have multiple departments gonna come and want the same thing, and then what do we do?
I guess I can deal with it at that time.
But we should just have some policy where
Well, I
everybody
think the
gets-
difference is the Register of Deeds does not get up in the middle of the night and go fix something.
You know,
The auditor doesn't get up in the middle of the night and respond to an emergency. The
Well, Jeff-
Director of Equalization does not, the Treasurer does not. That's the difference
Jeff-
between
Jeff does
the
with-
guy, when there's a flash flood or a tornado, and the guy who stamps a deed and microfiches it.
well, Jeff gets up in the middle of the night all the time. Should he get a 6% raise to go fix stuff in the jail? I
He
mean,
doesn't
Yeah, he
fix
does.
stuff in the middle of the night typically.
Yeah, he actually does. When chiller kept going off, he was here every 3 hours flipping it back on. And here is the difficult part when you say,
You know, the more we
These-
talk about this, the more it's gonna happen. We could argue this point all day long and not come up with a fair solution to anybody.
yeah. The fair thing is to treat everybody fairly.
Well, it's too late for that because we did it with the sheriff.
Let's take a vote and move on. It's the only fair way to do it.
I agree, I can see both sides.
I just, it's not that they don't deserve it, is what's the ramifications of doing this for one department and not.
And the
not
more
other?
you tell them that that's the way it should happen, Dan, that's probably what's gonna happen.
Five-minute break?
I have the January salaries in front of me.
What's-
sorry?
What's the
I
salaries?
have the January salaries. if you want.
Yeah, what's the salary for Aaron and Paul?
Aaron's at $24.74 an hour, 25 on call. And Paul is at $72,941.16.
So 20.
At
So, I mean, they-
2474, 2,080 hours in a government work year, that would be $51,459.20.
Plus additional on-call.
Well, plus on-call.
Yeah. So,
I didn't calculate, because I don't know how much on-call she has, so.
yeah, I mean, and I'm sure we could find that out, right?
Well, I don't know if they do it all year round, every other week,
Are
once a
you
month.
able to do that, the on-call hours, Patty? For
I
Aaron?
think they have, on their timesheet if they're on call and stuff.
Is that something we could find out? Because I mean, they are getting compensated so if you work your full shift and then you work another couple hours, then you're getting on-call at 25, which I think makes up for that, in my opinion.
And Aaron is, yes.
Yeah, but,
Paul doesn't get anything
But,
extra.
and
But he'll get
again-
a step and a
again-
grade.
Again, I think Paul does a great job, but he also has a county truck that he uses that isn't calculated into the
Well,
salary.
then we gotta give every department head a company vehicle, a
But
county
I,
vehicle.
I'm not aware.
To be
of-
fair,
I'm not aware of any other, department head that has a vehicle.
Well, doesn't
that
the
to take home.
ambulance guy drive, the second ambulance guy? Doesn't
sure.
Mr. Cowman drive around in a,
I'm
in
not
a,
sure.
in a county vehicle? Isn't that why he wanted a new county vehicle? Because it wasn't nice enough and had rust spots and had 80,000 miles?
I don't think that's a take-home vehicle, though. I think that's, maybe if they're working, I think that's, something that they, when they're,
I thought he took it home all the time.
I'm not sure. I don't believe so.
Anyway,
I'm gonna just say let's leave it. It's really close in line to the previous years. It's just, deputies take home cars too, so it's
yep,
what it is. And
in fact,
it's
that's
true.
the,
It's like when you really need them, you need them.
yeah. And the sheriff's new policy is, as he stated when he was here, that the deputies all take their vehicles home so they take better care of them. So let's just go with this and be done.
Okay? Seems like the majority rule, so.
Search and
were we gonna
rescue.
cut the $2,000 out of the furniture anyway, though?
I do look at that one at $9,600.
And move it down to 7,000.
Oh, I was thinking 6,000.
Well, fine, but I was just making up for the other, so it doesn't make any difference.
What's the professional services in this one? Like, it's got 2 lines for professional service.
So that's one of them. I know some of that is the fact that Paul often is getting another consultant
She's
in
gonna
there
get it
for
down.
computer work and IT work, and so that we want that to go away as well.
Is that the LE, is that the second one?
I think that is the LE.
Okay. Because, so do
I'm
we,
not
do we
entirely
want to
sure.
keep that, or what is your
We should
opinion?
keep that. Now we should check back with Paul.
Just
Okay.
this. for
What's
Paul.
the 16,000 one for then?
On Paul Jet?
Yeah,
I'm not entirely sure either. So I think I'd like to chat with Paul really quick and just see where that budget is. And
What are you gonna do?
96 to 6,000?
yes.
What are you doing?
I'd just like to talk to Paul quick, and I know he had budgeted in here.
What the
money.
16,000 is?
Yeah, and it's between the 16,000 and the 2,500 here. Money that would be IT, external IT from.
One of
even-
those would be.
Yeah.
Patty, don't we have a county accumulation in this one too?
Yeah. He's got 25,000.
So are we gonna be consistent and,
Where's that?
He didn't write it on there, I wrote it on there, so you can go ahead and write it on yours. He's requesting the 25,000.
For what?
Well, I think
County
there we should be
accumulation.
consistent now.
For what,
Don't
though?
take that away.
To buy him a new pickup?
yes,
No, I think we should just take it away and be
Yeah.
consistent like we have been with the other
would
departments.
agree.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
it's not on
Compromise.
mine anyway, so.
Yeah,
Alright. So no county accumulation? All right.
yeah.
Yep. Search and rescue? Search and rescue?
Is that all you changed on Paul's, was the
Accumulation.
furniture.
Yep,
Yeah,
And the accumulation, yeah.
What was the furniture one? So I can learn.
Down to
6,000.
The 96 to what?
to
6,000.
There was a Jake break coming.
96 to 6,000 for the fourth time.
Okay. What is
Aren't
going to
Jake
be,
breaks illegal in
they should
city
be.
limits?
What is that 6,000 going for, do we know by chance?
Furniture and minor equipment.
But I mean,
We don't know because that's
we
as,
don't have an itemization here.
that's as close as they get.
is that,
It's just a random number.
Probably in your book.
is the
It is
6,
probably.
is the 6?
Oh, yeah, in that book, but I didn't bring my book.
Because I have the book.
I'll find it right here.
And it doesn't say where it goes.
No, we're talking about the separate book that Paul puts together.
That's in here. I put mine in here
Oh, okay,
Yeah, so
so that I would have it all together.
okay.
It's quite thorough, actually.
Yeah, I don't have the tangible good ones. Oh, tangible goods.
What are we waiting on?
Furniture and minor equipment, I think it gets skipped over, I don't see it in here. All right, I'm fine with that.
Patty,
Move
while
on.
he's researching over there, this stuff you gave us last time, is that gonna be redone again with this one? Because we have the old budget, then we have the new stuff.
Well, I can run a report, or I can run one like.
No, that's fine, I just need to know, because I'm gonna put it in my book.
Well, that's what I can. Yeah, I'll do all these changes. I can run a report with the projected
Okay.
amounts. And then I'll give you a budget.
Mr. Chair, are we on search and rescue now?
Yes.
Okay. Professional services at 34. We've never spent over $600. What do you guys think? 1,000?
is that,
Highest I've seen is 2001 was $602. Year-to-date actual 295, budgeted for 3,400.
$1,500?
600 was the highest it's ever been.
Patty, I think somebody's looking for you.
1,200?
I said 15.
Fine.
15.
15, yep. 15. Same with services. This is for search and rescue, so they don't, they go out, but it's not, it's kind of a part-time, thank you.
This is how many days?
So is this 78 hours
78 hours.
of overtime?
Call.
She was on call 78 times.
In the last year? Do you have like how many hours it was?
We're gone beyond that. Move back to search and rescue.
For services, that's kind of the same way. The highest it's ever been is 693, and it's budgeted for 3,800.
You wanna go back to 15, just,
That's fine with me,
Yeah.
yep. It's not that I don't believe it needed in there, but it's just, it's kind of a pad
Yep.
that, yeah.
And then on the other side here, he has 8,000 for
Supplies.
supplies, which historically has run much higher.
So let's just leave it.
Yeah, if he's fine
Because
with
if you're
that.
happy with 8, I'm happy with
Yeah.
8.
Okay.
Yep.
You want to go up to 9?
I think go up to 9, because that seems to be
Well,
more in tune to the history.
Again, that, he's telling us he needs to do 8, and I wanna say
Well,
that
you want that door to slice, that sword to slice only one
yeah,
way.
the double edge. The reason I think they do this, cause I know a few people on search and rescue, is they redid a bunch of their dive stuff. That's probably why they needed a little more money, and I think that's maybe gone back down. But if he's asking 8, give him what he wants.
Well, he's
instead
got
of
a,
more.
with equipment grant, he wants 6,400, which historically been
Yeah.
5,000 or less. The actual budget in 2023 was $198.
Where are you at now?
Equipment grant down below under tangible goods.
I
So-
think some of these folks just took 4.2 across the board and
I think-
increased
yeah,
everything.
I think so.
That's what they did.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, books, $42 is all that's ever been spent, and it's budgeted for 1,300. Again, furniture minor, and this is for, the search and rescue uses the emergency management building, so it's not like they kinda have their
They
own
just park
dedicated-
their stuff there.
Yeah, yeah, so it's, what do they need for furniture, and I think that could be
I think they
tweaked.
call them and they come. I don't think they're
Yeah.
there like the fire people.
Yeah, I think, you're right.
If somebody's drowned, they call them in, they take the boat and they go.
I think that equipment grant is, he plans on applying for an equipment grant. So that's why he put 6,000 in there, cause he'll get that.
Yeah. I'm fine with keeping the equipment grant there, but maybe furniture and books, we look at doing something with that. What do you guys think? Books?
About $250 each.
Yep. Sounds like a plan. Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
I'm fine with the equipment grant, leaving that. Is there any county accumulation on this one?
No.
Okay. And something, again, I'd like to maybe reiterate, is some sort of billing schedule with search and rescue, because again, this is a service we're providing for our region. So,
Don't they bill them out? If I go, if they come
right.
out to
there,
fly the plane back and forth looking for my body, and then they send a boat out with the grappling hooks, nobody sends a bill to say,
No.
good job, you dragged her out of the water?
I think it's kind of a gentleman's agreement that they, you do that and they feed them and they put some fuel in the tank, and that's kind of.
Well, I am happy that we don't have more occasion to use it,
Yeah.
frankly.
I am too, but this equipment is mostly purchased with grants, and it, again, when it comes to the end of its life and we have to buy another one,
Well,
that's gonna be on us to pay
Except for
it.
the people who buy their own. The only thing,
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, search and rescue may have a boat, but I think all the divers have their own equipment.
no, they don't. It's all in the vehicle,
And then any fee that we get for,
yeah.
we have to pay the, tax on it.
I'm sorry?
From
Any-
the state, we have to send to the state.
State gets
Any
taxed.
fee that the county
Oh.
charges.
Yeah,
Well,
obviously.
Well, we
Yeah.
don't have very much now, but
yeah, well, when
free.
Ed Van Gerpen from Bonhomme was here, I mean, he even said that he'd be fine with, a little bit
I
of a
think,
fee.
I think Paul was gonna visit
Yeah.
with the other counties
Yeah.
and see what
Yeah.
they thought was
Well, yeah,
Fair.
gonna work for them.
I'm
So-
sure they are also hopeful that nobody
yeah.
dies and they don't need them.
I guess, just we need to be looking out for the county, because when the bill comes in for the new stuff, we're paying for it, and the surrounding counties don't have to have a search and rescue, because we're providing that service to them.
Well, we wouldn't have to provide the service either.
So we have 1,500 on professional and
They moved it down to 250 each.
Yeah,
You still on
professional is
search and rescue?
15,
Oh, professional services?
and
I
then
just wanna make sure I got this.
professional
Change it.
15, services 15, books 250, furniture 250. Yep. Fine with that.
And supplies, 9. Not, or did we change that?
Supplies,
thought we left it at 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Senior Citizen Center.
Well, that's from the city request.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry?
That's from the city request.
Isn't that a
Yeah,
percentage?
It's just the next thing in my book.
We take the, like the maintenance fees and split it 50/50 with the city. So again, I think it's a good service that we do to help our seniors and,
They're 44,590.
yeah. I would recommend that we just, that's what we pay.
Yeah, because that's what the city request.
You know.
So that's
Airport.
50% of the maintenance on the senior citizens building.
Yes.
Or is it just what they requested?
Yeah.
That's what they
It's,
requested.
I think there's, if you go, to a couple pages back, the funding for the center is based on a 50/50 match and represents personnel operating capital to run the senior center.
I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with the senior citizens.
Yep. So, the reason it's a little bit higher is they had to replace the AC and then they had a roof repair. And that's an organization that really does a good job of raising their own funds, so,
Well, yeah, they do.
I mean, and the Meals on Wheels and those programs that they do, it keeps seniors healthy and in their homes and not in the food pantry and not in the hospital and so. Airport,
We done with that one?
Are we-
Yep.
I just still couldn't find where the was with the 50/50.
what are you looking for?
Should be right
Oh.
under.
Do you need the
No,
senior
the
one?
center.
Here, I got it right here if you wanna take a look.
Yeah, I couldn't find it either.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I got it.
No, I have that. I'm just looking for information on where they come up with that number.
You can read it, it's right.
Yeah, we have that. I was looking for how they came up
Right
with the
there in the
number.
back, right there.
Well, that's, yeah, that's, I see where they have the number of the request. I was just looking at how they come up with that number.
Oh,
That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, I think we're talking apples and oranges. So, let's move on to the airport.
We've been
I'm
at,
good with 5.
I could go down to 2,500.
I'd kinda agree with,
I was gonna say 75, but I can live.
I'll agree with Ryan on that. I think 25 is, it's a good number.
I'm not sure.
It used to be that, Coburg had a company plane, and I don't believe they have that there anymore, and,
Well, even if they did,
yeah.
Yeah. It should be covered by the people who really utilize that airport, it's, the county doesn't
I-
get huge
I'm
benefit
not
from it.
arguing, I'm saying the same thing as they're
So-
telling us about the
Yeah.
ambulance.
the people that have airplanes have hangars,
Yeah,
and they pay theirs, so.
I'm fine with that.
25.
It's great for people who have an
2,500, yeah.
airplane to fly in and out, but doesn't do anything for the county.
25 then.
Yeah.
mhm.
The library. I like the library, but.
I like the library too.
15.
My only issue, and I support the library too, is because we were at, when we first started, we were at, I wanna say 24, and then the county cut it to 15, and then the out-of-town people has to pay $20,000, or $20 now to be a member, and now we're back at 24, and the out-of-town people still have to pay the $20.
Well, and I have property in the city and they.
Yeah.
And they still want me to pay
Yeah.
$20.
So
Well-
I'm fine with it, so.
I think we should just keep it at 20, as we did last year. They have, they want to have a look at the building a new library or projects there, the city's there. I'm like,
They can use some sales tax.
yeah,
Didn't-
well, they can
And
use their
didn't-
sales
Didn't
tax,
we
but
just give them
also,
2,000 for
and
their
we
study?
did. And so I think
For the study?
I would rather just keep it at 20 and then
Well, why don't you
when
make
they
it
got that
18
plan
and
more
deduct
mature,
the
we can talk again.
Yeah,
Why don't
I'd
you
agree.
make-
Ryan's on the library board. We all agree how good of services it is, but I'd follow Ryan's recommendation.
What's your answer?
Keeping it at 20. Not-
And deduct the 2,000 that we paid for the study, or include that?
Gee, think of the children, Wanda, the
We're
kids.
already including that, but
Okay,
just 20.
20,
Let's just
okay.
do 20.
And then do another study?
And, well,
Well,
the
they're-
children use it during the summer, the trustees use it all year round. So I hear they're wanting to build a new library and move it out by the Mead Museum, which would be
Yeah.
way more convenient for the inmates.
Well, it would not be convenient for the kids to walk
Oh, I
there
get
and-
that.
Yeah, it'd be,
I'd want my child riding on a highway.
so what's our total then we're gonna give to the city is 44 plus
20 is 64, plus
2,500?
25 is a different number. 68. Mead Museum,
I'm on contingency.
you're on what?
Ooh,
No, it should be museum,
Museum,
Mead
museum or
Museum should be
historical
next.
sites? I got-
historical sites,
I've got historical sites.
but it's the main building. And then Kramer Canyon.
gotta find
Oh,
Should be
well,
right underneath
mine are in the wrong order then.
So we're in other?
These are all now the other.
Okay. Did we skip contingency and elections and,
No, they should be
Court.
coming up.
They're-
They'll be coming
They're
up.
later.
Okay,
predatory animals?
Cause these are under organizations.
so if I'm reading this right, historical sites want 22,000, right?
It's
20
20,000.
for Mead.
20
Yeah.
for one and 2 for the other.
No. You know, I think they do a good job. They do have a tax levy which generates, what is it, it's over 100,000, I get, not all of that goes to the Mead building, but I would probably just keep it at where we're at now.
Which is where?
We're,
15.
I thought we were 18.
I don't have a problem moving it up to 20.
I'm okay with 20,
Okay,
because
Yep.
it supposedly brings tourists in for the valuable tax dollars that the city gets.
So we're moving the mead up to 20?
Instead of 22, we'll go 20.
Oh,
They-
20
they were-
overall?
20 and then
20
Kramer
overall.
is 20.
We-
Yeah, so
We-
so it'd be 18 and 2, so.
Yes.
No, 20
No,
and 2.
20 and 2, is
Oh,
the way
20
I'm
and
reading
2.
it.
Okay, that's why I was just clarifying.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because, the Kramer Canyon is a part of that. So
Yeah.
we're moving the Mead building budget from 18 to 20, so we're increasing it by
They're-
2,000.
They asked for 4,000 more, so from 16
And
to
we're
20.
doing
Okay.
2,000 more.
Okay.
And we're doing 2,000 more.
And
Okay,
then-
For
that's what,
Kramer, yep.
and then 2,000
And
for
then
Kramer.
2,000 for
Yes, okay, so 20 total in this budget.
So now you
No,
should be at contingency.
No, 22 total is
20.
what I'm understanding.
22.
22 total.
Yeah,
between the two.
2,000 for Kramer Canyon.
Yeah, but it's separate, it's a separate item. The Kramer's separate than the Mead.
Oh, for God's sake. And
The total budget is 22,000.
Okay, that's what I
Correct.
was
For
trying
the
to get.
historical
22,000,
sites.
I think
okay.
we're all, 3 of us are talking the same thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
Alright.
you're at contingency.
Now I'm at Aspire, I say 0.
We have to fund them then.
Do we?
Yeah, Patty,
Yeah, we have,
I believe it's mandated, is it not?
yeah, because we have,
Well, a contribution of 720, I think we can do that.
that's what they're asking is a sec, because they.
But
have
that's what
one-
we have to do.
They have one less person. That's why it went down.
Yeah, but that's what we have to do. We don't have a choice, right?
No,
No, I'm not right, or no?
no, that is what, because they had 3 people there, now they only have 2,
We have to do it.
so we'll have to 7.
Okay. Then we have the animal damage control,
That's mandated by state law.
which is mandated, and then they're saying that it's $2,410.56.
So Aspire, was that under mentally handicapped, or which one was that under?
Should be 4,
It was right before animals.
Mine is in a different order than yours, so that's why I'm
Well,
trying
that's
to
poor
ask.
planning on your part.
So how much are we
Mine, I
doing to,
guess.
how much
But
are
is
we
it-
doing to Aspire?
444 mental health centers,
Why don't we keep
444.
going according to the book?
Mental health.
Mental health
I know
centers,
that's what-
and
I
so
know I did all the.
Aspire is
the thing.
720, correct?
Correct.
Dakota Abilities 1440.
Well, I don't have Dakota Building.
It's on the it's on the
They didn't
notes
send
underneath
one.
there.
I have,
They
I
didn't
have,
send one yet.
Why don't we back up to contingency and follow along the book is ordered?
Yeah.
All of our
Yeah.
books are different, I think.
they
because-
They
should,
should
That's
be all
fine.
the.
they
all the
started
same.
out being all the same.
But,
Yes,
but
they
did,
did.
did we do, are we
The
at
extra
mental
sheets
health
all went in
centers
different
with
orders.
Aspire, or are we not? That's what I wanna know. If we're gonna do that, I'm on that one right now.
Aspire comes in its own little deal.
Well,
It's with the mental health centers, 444.
yeah, so what I have is.
And I don't have a mental health center yet.
Here, I'll come show you.
I'm in elections, then I have court, then I have data
The
processing.
mental health is at the end.
And so it's-
Well, I don't know how it got moved,
I don't need
because I certainly didn't move it. Emergency management is like a whole book. Domestic abuse,
They're way before that, Wanda.
I'm looking for it. I would love to find it.
I know I have it. I just can't seem to find it
I have
now.
drainage. Mental illness board, or something else.
Mental health centers, is
Me-
that,
Mental health
It's
centers.
right in the same area.
I don't have mental health centers for whatever reason. Doesn't matter, just tell me what the numbers are.
The numbers are total of, looking at current budget is 112,124. Lewis and Clark Behavioral Health, I have that scratched out, so I don't know what they're asking.
Well,
A-
here- there-
ABS is,
111, 192 is what they're asking.
Yeah, they're
100.
asking for, that's the one we
11,
started with, and you said, let's
192.
go through the book.
111, 192.
and then ABS 22,389.
Yeah, they want
Aspires,
$9,200 for furniture.
Aspire 720, and Dakota Abilities 1440.
I'm okay with giving Lewis and Clark 111,000.
I'm fine with that too.
I'm on this page, I
Yeah.
can't find that page, so I'm going on this
Okay.
page.
ABS,
It's
I just
fine.
have the Lewis and
ABS is
Clark.
asking for
I know,
22,
but they should all,
389.
they were all in order
Yeah,
when I had them.
Don't care anymore.
I'm fine, I mean, ABS, it goes to people that are struggling, I mean, you know,
ABS, they want what they consider to be an allotment.
yeah.
That to me
We-
is what
and-
they're
and-
supposed to get.
And Patty, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, mental handicap, don't, we kinda have an obligation at the county to contribute something to them, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's just, you hear all the, we've always have,
Yeah.
helped them, and
Aren't they for profit?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
ABS is requesting 22, 389.
I see that.
We're good with that?
Yeah,
I don't care. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so we're good with,
But the word allotment is somewhat offensive to me. Like that is what they are entitled to. I don't think anybody's entitled other than the statutory ones.
gotcha.
Okay,
no,
Then
it should
we-
be Lewis and Clark.
what's
one.
our next one?
so, yeah,
I just had that one
do
crossed
you,
out. I didn't
do you
have it
guys
crossed.
wanna just start at the other tab and just start working back like John suggested?
What other tab?
Well, go to,
I have one that's other,
and it's
I don't have one,
contingency,
I don't have one that's other.
and it's contingency.
What is that?
contingency expenditures,
Oh, I have
400,000.
other,
112.
other funds? Okay,
Yeah, other funds, contingencies should be the first one.
400,000. We
On the very top,
haven't had to use it.
No,
found
I
it.
think we
Okay.
keep it.
well, yes, we
We have to
keep it.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
have to keep it.
That's
that way.
fine, so
It's-
let's just
it-
skip on that, since we have to
Yep.
keep that.
Yeah,
And we have election.
elections.
And the only thing that stands out are hot spots for poll books and poll
I have
pads.
to pay them every month, I can't
I'm
shut
sorry,
them
I can't,
off anymore.
I can't do it with your
Okay.
hand in front of your mouth. What?
I'm fine with the elections
No,
as
that's
they are.
fine, but that's not,
I used to be able to turn them off for 3 months, or for.
and
since
just
we
turn
don't
them
have
on
any-
when you need
Well,
them.
I can't anymore, I have to pay monthly rent on the hotspots.
Okay, no, that's fine, but
And the,
are
um,
these things what those people are complaining about that want hand counting? That's, they think
The
some,
hotspots are
that,
for
that,
the,
The
so-
hotspots are for the pole pads.
no,
Yeah.
but do they think that that somebody can sneak in with
No,
something?
they think the counting, the
Machines are,
machine
machines are,
is doing
the
it.
hotspots are what's going out to all the different centers,
Yes.
so that
Okay.
you have internet
Okay.
there.
We
and
take,
you
they
can-
take each
Yeah.
hotspot to the,
okay, rentals, is that the same rental?
that is for, the, new pole pad, we got new pole pads. I think this is the second year now, and that's the rental payment each year.
Okay.
And this only comes around every couple of years.
Unless we get special elections, I guess.
All right,
Court,
court expenditures.
not a lot, I don't think we can cut out of here, is there?
And just,
Question for you, Wanda and Patty, neglected, is that like neglected kids?
abuse and neglect,
Now,
ANNs.
is that gonna, with 1057, is that gonna reduce for us? or-
No.
No?
We get money back too from
Okay,
what we get in.
That is
Not very
for,
much, but-
once the state takes your children, and then the judge determines that you're an unfit parent, and then terminates your parental rights, then you have the right to appeal, and that's when,
Pictures go right after now?
okay.
what?
I was talking to Ray.
Oh,
Yeah.
and that's when
Pictures go right after.
that new
Oh,
bill
the court
steps in.
of Rome.
Okay.
But-
Thank you.
Yankton County does not have that many children that are terminated, so we don't have that many appeals.
I don't think there's really anything we can do with that, so.
I'm sorry?
It doesn't look like there's anything we have a say in reducing, so 525 looks like we just go with it unless
Well,
somebody has something.
the problem is professional services under this
Yeah,
category would be the public defender contract,
Mhm.
which, I don't know that this includes all of the court appointments, because I know that, for example, the Resolute Law Firm this year got $12,000 to $15,000, plus their investigator got another $5,000. So, and I think Garrett's office was getting, what, 13,000?
so
So-
this number will increase likely then.
Well, times 12. Garrett's office, if he were to use my number and not Garrett's number, would get $243,000 for that contract. Garrett would prefer 300,000, and I told him the county wouldn't do it. And I'm assuming John is gonna back me on that.
Do we need to increase that 425 then for next year?
I don't know, because I don't know what year-to-date, well, year-to-date it was 141,000. But that was not including the delinquents and the neglected, so that's another 10,
What,
150. So maybe if we made it 450, I think that should cover it.
what about, and I agree with what you're saying, but what about approving this as the provisional budget? When we get Garrett's estimate, then we adjust that for, in October
Why
for the
don't
final.
why don't we put in this provisional budget what I told him I wouldn't go over?
I see where you're going. I see where you're.
Because that would make more sense to me.
Yeah,
But,
I see
okay,
where
but
you're
then
going.
what's that do to that 425 though?
So what do you,
It would probably increase it, but I don't know, where the county is in all of the other. See, in talking to Garrett, they have agreed to take over the mental illness. Yankton County Mental Illness, the ANNs, the juvenile stuff, the felony stuff, and the magistrate stuff, which should cut out, you know, the other 4 law firms that are getting paid, which is the whole point.
I understand that.
But I would rather move it up to 450 and then not use it than need it and not have it. If that
I'm
makes
good with
sense.
450.
Definitely good with 450.
I think it's gonna be end up being more than
But-
that, but
But are you saying though that the neglected and delinquent are gonna go up too?
No, they should go down because Garrett and Haley will be taking of an ANN, there's a mom and a dad. Garrett or Haley will take the mom or the dad, whichever one the court gives them, and then one other attorney will take whichever one the court doesn't. But there will always be the child or the children, and judge almost always gives that to Heather LaCroix. But since we've got Lucy Youngberg in there, she's gonna do like the mom or the dad, and Garrett or Haley will do the other. So what I'm trying to do is take some of the extra law firms out of this so they're not getting paid. That sounds horrible, but
So you think the delinquent and minor should go down?
I think should go down, but if we leave it, I think we'll be okay, because we're already
Okay.
in the 7th month. And
I'd agree with what Wanda says, it makes sense. What did you want that one at?
450.
Okay, and then just move on.
And then I think we're gonna be okay with the other 2.
Okay. So increasing that by 25,000, we'll end up with total 550 and just leave the other ones? Because we won't know, they'll likely decrease, but we don't know by what.
Wouldn't 25,000 be 540, using the old math?
It's 525.
Isn't
For
it,
total?
is it 515 now?
Mine looks like 525.
Okay. Oh, mine looks like a
It-
1,
it-
so
it-
we'll make
yeah.
that a 2, okay?
So we're at 550?
Yes.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I'm not good with it, but
Well, I mean.
I know what you're saying.
Honestly, that's the,
I-
yeah, I get what you're saying. Data processing,
I don't know that there's much wiggle room in that.
Well, okay, that's where
Is that you?
We-
Is that you, Ryan?
wanted to try to bring IT
Is that?
in-house.
Is that
did
this?
you have some sheets?
I just gave it to you.
Yeah, there was an extra
It's
sheet, but I
here.
did a quick stab.
Looks like this. You can use mine, Ryan, if you want,
It was right here,
Too many papers.
because I've already looked at it.
yeah.
So are you saying data processing is gonna be that now?
Well, that's what.
Is that the
trying-
hope?
Trying to come up with
It's so-
what having an
Maybe if I-
IT
just
in
the
the,
one sheet.
in the county would look like, and so,
2
yeah,
sheets like this.
changing data processing into our IT account.
What would I do without?
So where are we gonna be able to hire somebody for 45?
For 45, I'm just going off of what our banks and stuff are hiring people for right now.
Okay,
So, try to do my best to try to find what the market would be. Yeah, so it's really rough yet because we would still have a third-party professional services, but it'd be much less. Hopefully much less. We want to bring software and licenses in-house, so like all of our licensing that we do countywide.
Is the
general
same.
office Is all right there. Our website should be under this, because this would also be, this person would also be a website administrator that would have the skills to completely administrate the website or manage someone who is, manage a third company that is managing our website. So, so this was my quick stab of trying to take the data budget and turn it into an IT budget.
so instead of 105, it's gonna be 162?
Well,
198,
198, 747 is what I came up with on the first, and this is including that estimate for SDI of roughly about 72,000 of new servers, which I wasn't sure if that should go in here or there, so that's what I'm still trying to figure out, where we should have, if we,
So instead of
Fix these
105,
servers.
it's 198.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So it's not 105 and 198.
and 105 to 198, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Just trying to be
Right.
clear.
Mm-hmm. So, that is,
Yeah, but don't you think those servers and all that stuff should be out of this?
the servers? Yeah, and that's where I have, the repairs and maintenance, $50,000 for our main servers. That's roughly, it's about 25 for this one in here, 20,000 for the one in the sheriff's office. Between the two of those, we'll double the capacities for VMs, which gives us growth for the future. So hopefully we won't have to touch these for 5 to 10 years.
That'll help like the, recordings and all of
Well,
that too, or
this
was
is
that-
just the main boxes to host the VMs that we have now. For example, the one in the sheriff's office right now. The last time I went down, which was last month, took 45
good.
minutes to get back
good.
up.
Yeah.
Kind of left the sheriff's office and the jail in a quandary for.
Well, is that the 911 that went down? Or is that different?
That's different yet. It might be the same, no, that might be the same one. It might have affected that as well.
Because the jail went down the other day and they couldn't electronically unlock anything. They had to use the keys.
So anyway, yeah, because the server over there is ancient and sitting on the edge of falling over, literally. So this also includes like starting to combine services so that we can start saving money on data pipes.
Yeah.
State's attorneys no longer has their own connection. They now have a virtual network of the sheriff's office and all the safety center building.
And this will sound bad, but, because I'm not very tech-y, so can somebody theoretically access the sheriff's office data thing and make everything go down?
Well, that's true for every computer in theory. But-
Well, I mean, the only reason I say this is because if the sheriff's over here and they got their separate one, and the state's attorney's over here and they got that separate one, and I'm an evil person, but I'm computer literate, can I not go into the state's attorney through the sheriff then and change the pleadings?
If you really know if you
Not
really
that-
know
not-
the
not that I've ever
structure
thought about
properly,
it.
Yes, but, yeah, I can't say no, because, the worst case is always the inside actor that knows everything
Well, I
about
mean,
your
people,
system, but-
people hack the Pentagon for crying out loud.
And the
I mean,
IRS.
And so, I mean, I really.
Citibank.
Nothing is impervious,
Yeah.
so.
I think it's a move in the right direction, Ryan, and.
Yeah, but
and-
the biggest thing is, at least, you can't worry about the bad actors, but you can worry about hard drives that are going bad and equipment that can't run the cryptography anymore and the processors that slow
And
down
will
because
this
they have to
new
do all this
stuff, because the state's attorney's office got new computers, I guess, to run the Carpel software?
Yeah.
Is
well,
that
that's their-
gonna-
That's their endpoints, we're talking about the servers, so,
Well, I know, but,
yeah,
I mean, will that affect the Carpel stuff?
probably not,
Okay,
probably not at all,
good.
so.
Because then that'll be another expense over here.
Mhm.
And Patty, that's not put into this yet? The-
Yes,
It-
yes, on that sheet I gave you.
This is added into here already, or not?
Yep, it's
Okay.
in, the budget sheet report I
Oh.
gave you.
Yep.
Or
Oh, that's
Anyway,
my new
here.
one.
That right there.
that one right there,
You should have one that looks just like it.
it's over here.
Which
right
All right.
there. I've gotten.
This one's John's.
There it is.
Are we,
So
So
are we,
have it.
are we at the end of all of the people who want money?
No.
clerk next?
Who do we have left then?
We got clerk, we got pathways.
Clerk and
Let's just go in order. You got clerk next?
Well, I don't know that we're done with Ryan.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
in this, like year-to-date, Anderson, we've spent 18,000 with. And just in the I've been just trying to keep track of it, roughly where we're at, roughly about, it sounds like we're right around 25,000 of different other random expenses from other departments that would be incorporated into this. And so we're probably, yes, it's a little bit more money, but it's not that much, not 98,000, it's probably more like an extra 30,000 to the county.
my one, thing I'd like to say is and I don't know how this is gonna be integrated, but, SB 187 is $7.5 million to go to counties for cybersecurity and all of that. I haven't heard, the Attorney General is in charge of that. I haven't heard how that's being distroed. Maybe you have, maybe we reach out and we just don't wanna do something and then it's not compatible with the state. At July 1st, they were
Well, I
supposed
don't
to
know if
start
this is
doing that, but-
cybersecurity.
This isn't,
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
Some of this is
And
not
if it's
cybersecurity.
not, then.
This is, from what
Yeah.
I understand,
Okay.
from the non-techie person here, is the basic stuff that runs the county.
What do you
this
mean
is-
non-techie? You said computer thingy just a few minutes ago.
This is
And-
more at the
and-
hardware level.
And this is
But,
this is the cybersecurity is over here.
Okay.
And this is Ryan's stuff over
Okay,
here.
I'm fine with that
Cybersecurity
then.
would be what's running on these things, and
Okay.
The
that's
malware.
the next level past this.
All right.
And so, yes, that's something that we wanna keep an eye on.
I'm ready to go to clerk. I guess I do what you do with the IT, and I know we need it, and gotta bite the bullet on it.
All right, well, hopefully, I'll get even a more refined, picture on this.
I don't know what
With-
clerk is, but we're on
As
to
far
that.
as far as,
catastrophic legal expense.
That's
Brian, as
what?
far as hiring somebody, would it be
Catastrophic legal
cheaper to
expense.
like
Oh,
bid that
oh.
out on bid that out? I know Clay County at one time was looking at,
Get
we
it
could
billed from
possibly
the
share a guy, with us, maybe
I'm okay with
60% in
10.
there. I'm just saying, have
One
we
of the big
explored all
things
How
this?
about you, John?
I'm fine with 10
Particularly
for
the
clerk.
sheriff's office.
Okay, let's go on.
And emergency management. They've had multiple
But it's
cases
already
now
on
where
all
it's
that
after
weekend.
hours. It's
That's 2410,
getting that
isn't it?
service
Yep.
right away is the very key thing.
So
and
can't
the
we
only
go
way we're gonna do that is if
2500
we
on
have a
that?
person here.
Where are we at? What, clerk is good? Where are we at now?
We're on to predatory animals at 2,500.
No, we can't, by law, we have to pay this amount.
Yeah.
It's so
No,
much
by,
per,
by law, they said it's 2,410. That's why I said 3,000,
Gone down, 'cause
oh,
it's been
okay.
27.
because I have the
I know,
letter
it's just for
right
the
here.
It's based on the number of sheep and cattle in the county. It's for.
Just leave it at 3.
The law was in, and actually, this is a good program, and I'll tell you why, because this pays for the state trapper to come in when you have like calves or
Isn't
sheep
that
getting
the
killed.
Animal Damage Control Fund?
Yes.
Predatory animal.
They
yeah.
said that according to what their calculations are, it's $2,410
John said let's leave it at 30.
and 56 cents. That's why I said 25.
You're being generous.
Well,
I
let's leave it
was.
at 3 and not use it all.
Fine.
I prefer just going down closer to the real number.
It's been 27.
That's because we're not feeding as many sheep
Yeah.
and goats.
Are
as-
we on care of the poor?
Care of the poor. And I don't know what professional services are other than
That's hospital.
hospitals. Where is the burials? Is that in there too?
That's under professional services also.
Okay, so,
No extra.
and burials.
I mean, there's probably nothing we can do.
Lately,
Well,
we haven't
hospital,
had a lot of-
hospital is in, hospital's got its own.
Hospital
separate-
crap.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, then that is burials.
Say again?
So you
Yes,
don't have to
just
make an
gotta go
extra
with
one
it.
for-
right?
Split that up.
I'd rather have less, but I don't think that's an option.
Are we good with the 93,900?
It's just all estimation. You don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just leave it.
Yeah.
Public welfare. Homeless shelter, is that Pathways?
And pathways.
I think we need to take a long, hard look at this one, guys, and, not that I don't support what they're doing, but we look at how our state's attorney's budget and sheriff's budget has increased, and I think at least that's partially true because of the number of people that are being brought in. And if you look at even this one from the Wagner Transit, they've brought, they're wanting funding because so many trips are coming from Wagner, and I don't know, I think we need to look at reducing this, certainly not doing 20,000, which is what they requested.
Well, the good thing about Pathways now is they seem to be a little more focused on having the people work instead of having the people just come and sit there and play video games.
Well,
Because the gentleman, and I don't remember his name, that is here, or was here to speak, seemed to have a better grasp of what Pathways should be doing versus the old person whose name I also can't remember.
Jesse?
Yeah, I think he just was like,
Well,
bring them
yeah,
and have them come, and that's wonderful in its own way. But I think that I like the idea that they're making them work and giving them rules and not turning a blind eye, because I know in the past they have people from the trustee unit come and live with women and children, and they, in my opinion, didn't take the drugs, no drink, no drug business seriously. So I think what this gentleman's doing, whatever his name is a good thing.
well, I'd like to see, some type of either 24/7 or if we could do alcohol monitoring bracelets or even drug patches.
Most of those people have drug patches on. Most of those people
Well,
can't afford an ankle bracelet, but they're blowing twice a day, so they're not in
Yeah.
jail.
And my concern, what I have too, is when he came in and he said we're for 60+ miles around Sioux City, tribal areas, almost to Sioux Falls, and we're spending Yankton County property tax to support people, the majority of which aren't even from here, and even, according to him, he's getting a growing number that can't even speak English.
Well, and some
And
of those
that's a
people
concern
come
to
here
me.
for jobs and work, and
Well,
they need to have a
And when they're-
interim place to live before they can
No.
afford what seem to be very high rents in this town.
I'm at like 2,500 to 5,000 is where I'd like to be. Certainly not for me.
I'm at
20,000.
20,000.
I can't do that. And they're getting enough funding. We also got to remember they pay no property tax for the motel. and
Does
all
the
the
senior
homes they do.
citizen center pay property
No,
tax?
most of the seniors that go there do. Every resident who's in a homeless shelter, how much does the homeless people pay in property tax?
Well, and that's what
Zero.
I'm saying. Does
Zero.
the center pay property tax?
No, the
I'm pretty
people-
sure it
the-
does not.
The people who go to the center do.
Some
the
of them
people-
do.
do
I'm
the
sure they
people-
do.
Uh,
Some of them live in apartments.
I think it's gonna be up to you guys. I have a real issue when we're the homeless shelter for Sioux City, we're the homeless shelter for Wagner, we're the homeless shelter for tribal areas. I've talked to a lot of people that go to West Side Park and see what that's like about 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not a pretty sight. I hope they make the changes that they need to make, but they haven't done that yet. And maybe we leave this open, maybe we give them 2,500 and 5,000, and if these changes that they say they're gonna make are positive, I don't have any problem doing it, but I do have a problem with a revolving door of people, and guess what he said is, when they're gonna have problems and he starts kicking people out, which I kinda hope he does, then they're gonna be on our streets and in our jail and in our hospital and in our criminal justice system, and we're gonna have to pay again. So that's where I'm at. I know I respect your opinion, but I guess you guys are gonna have to decide.
I would be good with 7,500. And like Dan said, let's kind of keep an eye on it. And if they do what they say, we can always give them 15 or 20 next year.
I was thinking that we would just keep it at the 10 and match last year's because, yeah, I do like what he's saying. And, but I would like to see a little performance first and see the change.
Well,
But
he's only
then-
been there for
yeah.
what, 60 days?
Exactly. He has
And
only
the other
been there
guy's
for
been there
60
for
days.
5
Yeah.
years and it's been a
I
mess.
understand that also.
It's,
Thank
it's
goodness
been-
he's at United Way now.
It's been too much of a good
And we are not the homeless shelter for Sioux City and Sioux Falls. They have their own homeless shelters. They're quite busy. And I have ridden through the parks at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and it's not that bad. I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm definitely don't feel like we should go under 10. We shouldn't reduce it from last year.
I'd go along with John at 75 with the possibility of if change is happening, we could contribute the other 2,500.
I'd go down to 15.
I mean, and again, we are contributing this without being property tax, and also with, when something happens with these guys, and we just saw it, sheriff's budget, jail budget, care of the poor, indigent medical, that's all on the county, not on the city, not anybody else. So if we get somebody from another community moving here and they have to use those services, like the food pantry downstairs, we're contributing a lot more than that amount already
Well-
with the services we do.
Then why don't we have it so the contact center or the food pantry downstairs does not be the food pantry for 60 miles around?
Well,
So they don't do Bonham County and across the river to the reservation.
Yeah.
Maybe they should care for their own people.
Could you, 75 and with the potential of giving the rest if we see some changes making? And I think maybe we could ask him to come give us a report in a couple months about the progress being made, because I really hope what he says and the changes he makes happen, because I
Well,
think they
then,
need to.
then I'm kind of back to like, then we should be at the $15,000 budget, and
Yeah,
we only give them half of it first.
And then see.
And see.
Well,
But then we have to budget 15,000. We can't just budget.
And then say,
and
we'll
then
give you
add
more
in
later.
more And go
Yeah.
over
Then
budget.
you
So,
have to supplement.
I'm
gotta
at,
budget what we
I'm
think.
at 75 with John, and I guess we
And-
I
vote.
like your plan. I'm
Yep.
saying we're at 15,000 at that point.
I
I like
cannot
Ryan's
increase it.
idea, 15,000, we give them half, and then we see if they're,
And the other
If
half's
they-
performance-based.
if their, mouth can cash the check, how does that go?
Yeah.
If they can cash the check, their mouth writes?
Yeah.
I can't do that, guys, and I respect your position, understand it, but we've seen what happens when, we import these people from all over the place,
We're
which is,
not
well,
importing them.
they are coming. If that, like I said, if we increase that by 100 beds, it'd be filled up in the month.
Well, you know what? I understand that Simples is bringing Cubans in. Why doesn't Simples, and they bought the Broadway Inn, why doesn't Simples house some of them there?
I think
Or
it's a good-
American Food Group,
that's-
or whatever it's called
We
this
don't
week.
have any control over that. We have limited control over this. Again, it's nothing against the program. I think it's good, but we are spending Yankton County property tax to help people who are not from Yankton County and don't contribute to the tax
Well, here's
base.
an idea. Why don't we take $5,000 from the contact center budget and give it to the pathways? Then it's a win-win,
I'm not for that either.
because then we're not, in your opinion, feeding people from 60 miles around.
All right, we're at 75. You guys are, Ryan was at 10, you're at 20. And
Well,
He said he could do
Okay.
15 and give it
let's,
half and half.
let's meet in the middle and move on. Where do we got?
We already met in the middle. We're at
I'm
15.
gonna stay at 7,500 also, and here's why is, I think that if we stay at 10 or give them, go 15, and I'm not saying that we give them another 7,500 if they prove themselves. I'm saying for next year, we stay at $7,500. If they prove themselves, the following year, we can go up to, for 26, we can go up to 20. But I think it's gonna take more than a year or more than 6 months for, and I'm not saying Will is not able to do the job that he's been hired to do, but I think for him to clean up what he wants to clean up is gonna take longer than 6 months. And that's why I'd like to see it stay at $7,500 for this year. That's giving them an incentive to say, okay, it's not status quo, we are gonna change, and that's what's gonna happen. And we can always look at, in 2026, moving that up to 20,000 or 15 or whatever we feel is appropriate at that time. Because if we give them more than 10, that's saying, well, you still got an attaboy and you keep doing what you're doing.
Not that long ago, it was 5,000 we gave them. I think that budget doubled in 2020 during COVID or whenever that was.
Well, no, in 21 it was 10, in 22 it was 10,
It
in
was
23 it was
5,000.
10.
It was 5,000
In
before that.
24 it was 10.
Before that, it
So
was
now you want to
5,000.
punish them because we have somebody in there who's actually going to do something.
Well, who may
I don't
do,
think it's
who may
punishment.
do something.
Well, it is, because you got the guy that didn't care before, in my opinion. I mean, I'm sure he cared, but he just cared in a different way.
Let's-
Now there's
let's-
actually
I feel
rules.
Let's
it-
make
I
Will
kinda
show that he
do agree.
cares.
It's the wrong reaction at the wrong time. And that's why I think just hold steady is a much better idea. And giving in here, saying we budget 15 and only give them a
Half.
guarantee of 7,500. And the other 7,500, they have to show the progress for.
Then that's a win-win.
We don't have to give them the full 15.
Then you guys win,
No.
and we get to show that if they do what they say, they get more money.
I don't think we should be increasing it. I guess we could just put it on the next agenda and Don can be the tiebreaker, but I'm with John, I'm at 7,500, and if things change, then they can ask for more next year. So, move on and,
If
think that's
we
where we're
budget
at.
7,500 for now, and come December 1, and we all feel comfortable that they've made the adjustment and made the change, now we can give them a $2,500 bonus at the end of the year.
and part of it too,
I don't think we can
I
give
don't know if
bonuses.
We can do that.
Well,
And-
we
and
can,
part-
we
You
can
just have to
certainly,
supplement the
they
budget.
can
Yeah.
come in and ask for more, and we can give them more.
and part of the
But
issue
then,
with,
under dance theory, then we have everybody coming in every
Asking
end
for
of
a
the
little
year
bit of
wanting their
budget.
bonus.
it would be nice if we did get regular reports about pathways in these places that we contribute to, because the only time we ever see them is when they're asking for money.
Well, how is that different than the contact center?
I see the contact center all the time. I go down there and talk to
Well,
those
yeah,
ladies.
you can go
all the-
down there. I
and
go
she-
down there and drop stuff off all the
She comes
time.
in and does a quarterly report every 3 months to us too.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I'm with John on this one, and if we're gonna
take next year.
Well,
agree
then
to
let's put it on
disagree.
the agenda and make Don be the tiebreaker.
I
Okay,
think we're at a deadlock.
yep. I just, again, it,
So don't change it
it's,
just yet.
it's been a problem for the community, and they do get quite a bit of funds from elsewhere as well, so.
Well, let's
Okay.
move on then and go to
Alright.
the next one. In which case it is the contact center, which I think it should be 15, because that is their current budget.
30 is their budget.
Well, no, 30 is what they want.
And that's
But
what
I
their
mean,
budget
yeah,
is.
their
Oh.
30 is budget for 24.
Yeah.
You know, and this is kind of one of those things that,
And this is the same as the people who come around here from
yeah,
the 60 miles around. Everybody's coming to,
to pathways,
well,
No, to come to the
to the,
contact center.
they come to the,
Free food.
I've seen
yeah.
folks from Nebraska, tribal people from Nebraska, people from Bonham County, people from Vermillion. I don't think it's the Southeast South Dakota Contact Center under this theory. Why are we paying for all those people? When our tax dollars, why are we spending tax dollars to feed people from Nebraska?
Well, they are in our building though, too. I mean, that's not a choice any of us made, but they're in our building,
Do
so.
we have to do the contact center? We are-
Yeah, I mean,
Obliged
the
to.
part of the
We have to
reason,
serve them.
part of the reason is relief of the poor is a statutory obligation of the county. And from what I understand, and Patty, correct me if I'm wrong, if, in a lot of counties where they don't have a contact center, the auditor ends up administering a lot of this. And so what's the difference? We get rid of the contact center, and then Patty now has to take on more poor relief, and we'd have to probably hire somebody else for more than 30,000. They used to do more poor relief for us. I think some of that's gone to the state's attorney, but there are quite a number of counties that their auditor, and they have a person who does
If it's
this.
statutory, why doesn't Clay County have one? Why doesn't Bonham County have one?
Because their auditor is probably doing that. I don't, you would know. So,
Most auditors are doing,
so. I
I'm sorry,
mean,
most auditors what?
are doing the,
Yeah.
poor relief.
Really, so example of some of the things that they do downstairs is when somebody's on social security disability, they kind of take over their funds and pay out for them. When somebody runs out of fuel and needs a gas card to get out of town, that's some of the things that they do. And if they didn't do it, Patty would be doing it.
How much is the county statutorily required to pay out in any given year?
Well, the only thing they have is that, on the next one, that catastrophic poor relief,
Which is what?
that's what if we have a catastrophic.
Like what,
event.
though? Like what, for example?
If we have to pay thousands or hundreds on a medical bill or something. And that's what we have to pay the state, they have a.
You know, I guess I understand your position and it makes sense, but I think these guys do assist us in our statutory obligations.
So in 2022, we only had 25,000 for the center, for the contact center.
23, they raised that,
Well,
the board
So-
raised it.
so we used to do
Well,
50,000.
now we're going backwards.
We used to do 50,000 when they did the poor relief for us, when Jennifer Adamson was here. So and then, once that happened, it did get lowered. But I guess I'm okay with 30. You guys, majority rules, so just put a number up, let's vote on it and move on.
Well, I don't know, you know, in the light of all the
I'm okay with 30.
poor relief issues, you know, then maybe we should just go down to 25. We don't want to attract these people here too much.
Because I know we're bringing people in from out of county,
I know
because
that-
I've seen them.
I can appreciate that also, but they only get so many trips in here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
once or twice a month,
Not the same people don't. They
5
only-
bags of groceries.
You know,
So if you've got 2 unmarried people living in a house, they can both come in. Because I've seen them wheel the,
I thought that- I
the
thought
grocery
they- I
cart
thought
full
that
of
she said
groceries
that
out.
they-
to me, there's a difference slightly between bringing a dependent population to your community is one thing. Taking care of people who are already in your community, to me, is another thing.
well, I have,
That's where I draw, that's what I
I get it, but I've
distinct it.
also observed
Yeah.
a person who I know has a
Yeah.
job, gets paid cash under the table, comes here, uses the contact center as his grocery store, gets his 5 bags of food, then he goes to wherever it is that he lives, and you can find him on Friday nights drinking, smoking, and playing video lottery at Boomers.
I agree with
So-
what you're saying. And,
You know, to me, the contact center is for somebody who really needs it, not somebody who prefers to spend their money in a different way.
we wanna bring people in here, but then when they're here, not feed them.
Yeah, then maybe they shouldn't smoke, drink, and get
Well,
tattoos.
Let's vote on it. I mean, we're gonna, you know, this is a good, healthy conversation. I see your guys' point. You make good arguments. I'm
Is everybody
fine
good
where
with
I'm at.
25?
I'm good with 25.
I'd like to stay at
I
30.
could live at 25.
28. I mean, that's just a little bit more than what we're proposing to give to
Let's
Pathways.
go to 25 and I'll throw in a couple hundred and you can throw in a couple hundred and that'll make it.
Call it a day.
All right,
Now we're at catastrophic at 3, is that good?
25,000, you said, not
I
25,000?
think it's
25,000.
2,500. Oh,
25,000, he said?
I'm on, the yeah, 25,000, I'm
No, I
on
think
to, I'm on to
Wa-
catastrophic.
Wanda
at-
said she wanted to add 2,500.
I'm at catastrophic for 3,000.
Yeah,
Feels like I'm playing Jeopardy,
Yeah.
All right.
How is that number come, is it just a,
just a random number.
so, and
It's
this,
just
it's a fund,
sorry.
Yeah.
So many questions.
So-
yeah, it's a,
It's gonna be a different number
it's a
anyway,
guess.
so.
I mean, that's all it is.
and is this,
Don't know.
is this the fund that is probably gonna be going away with Minnehaha County pulling out? Is this the one with Medicare expansion that they thought that it was gonna go away? Okay.
I guess
Mentally
3,000 and move on.
handicapped.
Well, which is the one that the bill was passed, that they split it between the counties that are participate and the ones that don't?
I have no idea.
That could be this one.
I think it is this one, that if you don't participate, you don't get a share if
Yeah,
the fund goes
So-
away.
So catastrophic, poor relief, correct me if I'm wrong, Patty, but it's basically if we get a huge, somebody who,
Like
Is-
a murder case.
like somebody, we'll say from Pathways, who is here for 30 days and becomes a citizen, and then they don't have insurance, and they go to the hospital and have to have heart surgery, and we get a $100,000 bill, that's where we would do this on, which I think has happened,
It would still come out of poor relief.
yeah.
but, I mean,
But this is an insurance where
belong
we,
to
where,
the
do
catastrophe.
we
Yes,
we
we
pay a
belong to
percent,
this.
we get a percentage paid
Oh, so
for us.
it's a fund.
It's kind of a
Yeah.
fund
Yeah.
that the
Yeah.
state monitors or manages.
That's what I was
Or,
curious
or
about.
does the
Yeah.
association manage it? I don't know
Could
if the
be, I
state
don't know.
does,
How
yeah.
much
I know there was a bill passed.
Now
Yeah.
it makes
No,
sense.
it-
All
If,
right.
I don't know the number, but if it goes
Yeah.
away
Yeah.
because of Medicaid,
Yeah,
All right.
that's the way
No, I think
the
you
state
guys
law
probably
wrote it,
done
where
these.
it was the county money, but
The
they would
mental
get it.
stuff.
So
All right, mentally,
mentally handicapped, is that different than ability
So-
building services?
Yep, I think these are like from, Levno,
No,
the hearings.
no, mentally handicapped? That's what these are? In which case, this should go down to about 60,000. If you're talking mental illness hearings, because they're doing 3 or 4 a week instead of the old numbers, which were 10 to 15 a day.
60,000 looks like that would be
No,
a
okay,
good,
loose in them is the board
I'm sorry?
on
Mental illness board.
That's Lucy, that's those.
Okay,
That's for
then what
90.
is mental handicapped? Wouldn't that be
I think those.
ability
that's
building
attorneys.
services?
No,
that's
that's
separate.
centers.
That's the next one.
No, mental illness center.
These are the
Mental health
mental
centers
illness
is-
attorneys.
Which ones? Mentally handicapped? We should pick a new name for this.
Yeah,
What?
so because Wanda, you have mentally handicapped expenditures, 90,000, then a couple,
And then the
away
next
is
one
mental
after
illness
that,
board
It's just
expenditures.
mental health
Also
center.
90.
Then we have
1,000.
mental illness.
And then
Yeah,
somewhere in here, we have the mental illness board.
Yeah,
you know,
so,
Well, the mental illness board,
I'm willing to bet this is mandated by state law. This is
which
all it is.
one? The mental illness
All-
board?
All of them,
Mental illness board is not.
yeah, so we could get
We
rid
are
of it.
required to provide a service, but we're not required to provide it at $90,000. For example, last year.
well, they're both 90,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's why I'm concerned. They used to have, back in the day when I used to prosecute, somebody would do Tuesday morning, somebody would do Fridays. I would do Fridays. We would have between 7 and 20 mental illness hearings in a day. Now they do 3, maybe 4. So 90,000 is too much.
okay.
And if they've only spent 18,000 36. I would say 70 would be adequate.
I'd go along with that.
Yeah.
Because
And you're talking
otherwise,
for mentally handicapped.
no, we're
Right.
talking about mental illness board.
Oh,
We've
mental
skipped while
illness
we
board.
wait for Patty.
The Redfield,
Yeah,
HSC,
mentally handicapped are the
So-
slow people.
So when it's a citizen from Yankton County has to go to HSC or Redfield, it comes out of this?
yes.
Okay. What is it?
If they're slow, it comes out of mentally handicapped. Right? Because HSC doesn't charge, do they?
Sometimes.
I see. and
Only
that-
a $250 admission fee.
Redfield is I don't know how many patients, we don't have, it's gotta be one or two that
So-
are still there.
At the state county summer study, there was a sheriff from Gerald County who spoke on this issue, I remember, and he said they had a person that committed a murder that was a resident of their county and was sentenced to
Yeah, if you're-
HSC, and that county had to pay,
We pay
Yeah,
we pay
so-
HSC for people that go in there.
so,
There's involuntary and voluntary.
so,
Voluntary, the individual has to pay it, involuntary is the ones the county pays.
The
Yeah.
$250 fee, right? Not the daily fee. Correct?
Yep.
so what do you want the
Well,
mentally handicapped?
if you commit a
ex-
murder and you're determined to be incompetent to stand trial, then they take you to HSC and they keep you there and fill you full of medicine until you're competent to stand trial. Then you stand trial, then you go to prison, or you get off.
or you stay there if you're not competent to stand
Well,
trial.
if they can't make you competent, you
But-
stay there.
But then who pays that bill? Doesn't the county?
I think the
where-
state pays that
Are
bill.
we, are we sure? No, I mean, you would know.
Why don't you call the sheriff of Gerald County and ask him?
I don't have his number, but what do you want to have this number at then, Wanda, for the mentally handicapped expenditures?
Well, in 2023, it was 54,000. 22, it was 90,000.
I think you're
21,
on
it was
mental ill-
168,000 because I'm sure they were all traumatized due to COVID.
I think,
Which one are you on?
I think, are we on
We are on
mentally
mentally handicapped.
expenditures?
Mentally handicapped. Actual in 23 was 54,772.
Yeah, that's what we said.
So you,
That's what you
six,
said.
60?
The mental illness board, 23 was 78,326.
I get it.
Okay, so let's go 60 on the handicapped.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay.
And then the board, mental health center?
And then the mental health centers, that would be
We
Lewis
already
and,
did that.
Yeah.
Yep.
A hundred,
That's the one we did.
111,192 for Lewis and Clark, 22,389 for ABS, 720 for
111,
Aspire.
192.
22,385 for ability, 720 for Aspire,
Okay,
1440 for
Yep.
Dakota Ability.
Yep,
okay. Now we're at the mental illness board. $75,
okay,
because I'm taking, that gives them a little cushion.
so that's not a statutory requirement that we have to provide that, Wanda, or we just don't have to provide it?
Every
at
other
this-
county pays Yankton County to commit their people.
So is there,
So
are we,
there's money coming, checks coming in to the auditor to pay for
Yes,
the
sir.
attorneys that,
okay. Do we have that amount that we take in from that? I don't know if
I'm
I've
sure
ever
she
seen,
does somewhere.
I don't know if I've ever seen that amount.
From other counties, you mean?
Yeah, well, there are some counties that probably don't ever pay us.
Well, there's 3 Native American counties, or, well, 3 tribal counties that don't.
As of April, when I ran all these, we have received 16,949
So-
16,000.
So my,
for mental illness.
here's my question then, and if we're spending, I don't know, 78,000 last year, and then I get it wasn't a full year, but we only brought 16,000 in, where it's costing us, right? Well, I guess my point is it costing us because certain counties aren't paying? And then if we don't have to have this, why would we have it if it's costing us, I guess?
In
Could-
23, we received 59,000.
At the rate we're going, the
22,
governor
we
is trying to
received
close
49.
HSC.
So-
And there's a new hospital, mental health facility built in Minnehaha. There's one built in Pennington. Dr. Stanage is building the one out north. They're doing everything they can to get rid of it. But
Yeah,
if you are involuntarily committed, there have to be 2 laid people on the board, 1 attorney as the chairman or alternate chairman, and then every allegedly mentally ill person is allowed to have an attorney. And the Lewis and Clark has people that come, qualified mental health professionals, they come out, they visit with the allegedly mentally ill person, and then by 5 days, there has to be a hearing held. So if the hearing is held, the board has 3 choices. One is to commit them, one is to let them go, and one is kind of a quasi.
Yep.
We'll let you stay for a week, or you continue it and maybe you get better and then they release you. However, the county that the person is from pays for the attorney and in theory pays qualified mental health professional. And pays the board members and pays the
Yep.
chairman.
Yep, and thank you, because that's very helpful, but would we be better off just not having a board and sending them to another county to get evaluated?
Well,
because we're not even really breaking even.
there's a
It's why-
petition
why-
filed in the
Yeah.
county that they're from.
Yeah.
Many times it is the sheriff or law enforcement say that this person, in their opinion, suffers from a
Yeah.
psychological or organic disorder of thought, mood, perception, orientation, which impairs their judgment, their judgment, or their ability to cope with the basic demands of life. And then they are netted and taken to a emergency department, and where, as you know, the county pays for
Yeah,
this
yeah,
so that they can be checked into HSC. And then somebody at that place, a qualified mental health professional, will make a determination if they suffer from a mental illness and are a danger to themselves, danger to others, or have the inability to care for themselves. If they meet any of those 3 criteria and have a mental illness, then they're committed for 5 days. Then you have to have the hearing. For whatever reason, because we have the Human Services Center here, somebody in their infinite wisdom decided that Yankton County should be the county where all of these are held. Now they've built a new facility in Pennington County. A lot of the West River ones are staying out there. A lot of the northern part of South Dakota are going to Sioux Falls.
would we be better, and you would be the person to know, would we be better off if they just went to Sioux Falls for these
I don't
hearings?
think, I think that's going to be the way it works out, because
Okay.
it appears that the governor is trying to close the Human
Yeah.
Services Center.
Okay, all right,
So I don't think we'll probably have to have this conversation in
Okay.
8 years.
all right, 75 is good with me. The next one I have is historical this is the tax levy that we get for.
The next one you have is
Where-
what? I have drainage.
I have historical preservation
I
next.
have drainage.
Yeah, great.
I have drainage. I think we did.
Sounds like a problem.
I know, we had we already did historical preservation.
Well,
No,
we
not the
did
tax
the
one.
Mead building. I'm on drainage now, that's fine. 500, just keep it at that,
Fine.
call it good. What do you guys got next?
Economic development.
And that's a pledge we have for them.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that's a what?
The pledge.
That's for Thrive.
Yeah, that's what's right.
Are we done with Thrive this year?
No.
How many,
I think
how
we're
many years have we
roped into
put?
that for a long time, you know, and
No,
I thought we were done.
we didn't do it last year. We didn't pledge anything past getting our old pledge done, I believe.
I guess I don't have an issue. I think Thrive does a lot of good stuff, but it would be nice if we pledge money, they would you know, help us out with a housing study or something like that. I know they do a lot of good things for the
Well,
city,
If
but,
this is our
Aren't they
last
trying to build houses? So why do we need a study? Just have them build the houses.
yeah, well.
Why waste the money on a study?
And, you know, I guess I've had people ask me, it's like, okay, where does the
If we're not-
$50,000
If we're
go?
done with our
I don't
subject,
have
I'm sure
an
it goes
answer.
to salaries.
Well,
then
Goes to
we
Thrive.
wouldn't use this, but
And
we'd
they
probably make another
use it the
pledge.
way they want to use it.
but
They
for
get
wha-
the
but
money and
for-
they do
but for
whatever they
what,
want
though?
with it.
Well,
Yes.
but has the not the city,
if
but
we
the
don't know
county,
this, then
like,
let
what
us know.
economic development has been brought in the last 5 years by that?
Well, I don't know what economic development has been brought in, but Thrive, as I understand, is in charge of building the housing development at the end of, I think it's
West
20
City Limits Road,
21st
23rd
Street and,
That's-
Yeah.
That's
and
all.
West City Limits
that-
Road.
That's all on a TIF. Where the no, I'm just playing
Don't
devil's
tell it to
advocate
me,
here.
but that they're building
Yeah.
houses, so there'll be people who can come and work.
All right.
I wasn't in charge of
we-
the TIF,
we-
so
We've done 25 in the past.
we've also done 50 in the past.
Well,
So what I told Patty is to find out if we are done with our old pledge, then this would be null and void. And Thrive would have to come in and present, because I know they have another fund drive going on right now.
well, and
But I don't think we have done anything with that new pledge, new fund drive.
Well, and then we had the previous, the yes,
Yes.
we're a couple behind, aren't we?
yeah.
Yeah, because
We are.
because I want to say originally, even before I was on, the county had pledged like 250,000 a year, and
That's
we-
ridiculous.
Well, and they had 4-year terms, and they pledged it out for like 8 years or so. I don't know the exact details, but I don't even think we've finished our first pledge, and we're several
No,
behind.
I'm thinking that, I don't know for sure, but
Yeah.
I was thinking last year was our last.
Yeah.
That's what
Payment on our old-
that's what
Well,
I thought.
Payment from the one from probably
The original.
2016.
But then there's the
Yeah.
Thrive one.
Yeah, and I, you know, we probably just need to be careful for, you know, we got 4-year terms, we shouldn't be pledging this out for 10 years, because we, you know.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
If we're done, then Nancy needs to come in and present
Yeah.
the new
yep,
pledge drive or fund drive.
Yeah.
all right.
Okay.
Operating transfers out,
And I won't know that until I get all the budgets in.
so then we skip that and go to what?
Local emergency plan.
Emergency planning?
Emergency 911, this is the figure from the city.
This is the one that we don't have a choice on, right?
Yep, $911. And do,
Well,
No,
correct?
not the,
it's,
it's not that you don't have a choice, I mean, it's up to you.
Well, it's limited on what we can spend the dollar on, we can't
Yes.
transfer.
No, there's
yeah,
like
it's
so
the-
many dollars and you have to
Well-
pay it.
Have we projected now that the cost has, did it go up to $2, Gary?
Yes,
So do we have that in there, that 911 line has gone
that's-
up significantly?
that's
This
it.
is expenditures, this is what we're spending.
Not
income,
Revenue
it's
is
a-
in there.
Revenue is separate.
I sent you the revenues.
And this is what the city is basically telling us they need to
This is their
spend?
request, yes.
Okay. And the
What are the professional services though for 296?
That's from the city that we give the city.
I'm sorry, that's what?
That's what we give the city.
For what?
That's for running the dispatch.
is that'd be the salaries for the dispatch personnel?
Wherever
They have a,
should
they have
say
a
on
letter in here that says
where.
blah, blah, blah.
yeah,
Somewhere, yeah.
essentially, they want to increase it based on the increase in the
Calls.
in the phone tax for 911 services.
And they have a cost share analysis in here.
Yeah.
Didn't you give us one for revenue?
Yeah, they have on,
Request
mine are
income.
unnumbered, but they have the dispatch center, they think our
There it is.
share is 296,000, going up from 181,000.
We have to collect that tax, correct? And then we redistribute it to the city?
The revenue that I have, estimated revenue for 911 is 240,000.
So,
So they
We-
want all of it?
well, we shouldn't spend more than our revenue
Well,
on that.
336, that's,
Well, if our revenues are 240, why don't we give 240?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
and this is
agree
only
with
an
you.
estimation of what,
I would
from
agree
the
with you guys.
E911 receipts
Yeah.
And yeah, and then that tax we have to
Is that
spend on
using the $2?
911 services.
no,
I-
I just
Yeah,
estimated
that
of
makes
what
sense.
we-
Why would we be pumping more
what
money
we
into,
received.
to this, especially with the huge increase they had from last year to,
Mm-hmm.
you know, going from, you know, almost $100,000 increase seems, you know, from 201,000 to 296. We should be putting in what we're estimated to take in, no more.
No
Yeah, I
more,
don't think
yeah.
we should be going backwards.
Yeah, what do you mean, going back? I think I
We're already
understand.
going backwards with the ambulance, so.
Yeah, so I would say, Patty, what's your projected is 240? And that's
Yeah, like
that's what I
said,
would,
that's just a-
that
I
would
mean,
be
you
what I
can't-
would,
It's not a true figure.
I would say we budget for that, at 240.
Strangely enough, I agree with Dan.
And, yeah, first time today. And then if we get extra money, what's that?
Write that down.
I did right here.
Yeah,
It's an asterisk.
because when I read their letter, it sounds like their number is just based on their estimate
Yeah.
of what we should be getting.
And it's likely to go up with the new fee, but
Yeah,
that doesn't mean
and that's
that
what
we have
they
to spend it
said, is
all
like
either.
it's going up
Yeah.
to this. and
Okay, so 240,000,
we'll use our
240,000? All right, everybody good?
So is that the whole thing, or
The whole-
is that
No,
just the
just,
professional services?
Professional service.
I thought the whole thing. what-
Rather than 336?
Well,
Well,
it was, last year we budgeted 222,000. The year before was 256. You know, I guess why is the county spending
well,
more to
23
take it
is
in?
actual.
Yeah,
So
20
we had to supplement them, or not supplement the budget, just use some of the cash that's in there already.
I mean,
Okay.
because if we do 336 and we just do 240 for professional services, that's cut it into down
I
50.
just want to make sure we're all understanding.
Yeah.
Instead of the first line where it says 296, we don't care what that number is, we're going to go 240 all the way down.
At the bottom,
At the
yes,
bottom.
total. That's what I would propose.
Well,
But you gotta look at the utilities. I mean, utilities, you know, like I said, that's just an estimate too, but we spent like 30,000 in 23.
Yeah, but
It-
what travel did we have?
That's not all, that's plus schooling.
Okay,
Just like the assessors that you want me to
Well-
change.
I just,
yeah, that's the
Because that's
confusing part, is like
books and-
traveling is sometimes education.
sometimes. Okay, so it's 240 for the first line, and then it's, and it appears that 35 would not be, for utilities, would not be out of line, but they're hopefully putting LED lights in as well.
So this facility where this is managed out of, that's
That's over the
in the safety center?
I'm-
That's where you walk in to go to the sheriff, you go straight forward instead of going right?
Yeah.
well, I just look at 2021, 117,000 actually. Then it went up to 121,000, so it just went up a few thousand. You know, it went up pretty good in 2023, but now it's going up another 100,000. There's something fishy there, is what I'm thinking.
Well, and part of that may be, and I haven't read their materials lately, some of it I think was for new equipment.
Well, and, you know, I wish they would tell us that instead of
Well, it
just.
might say it in their very verbose
I-
five-page
So
So the,
letter.
the
that,
top
but-
professional services is the only thing we're gonna give to the city, is that correct?
No, the whole, everything.
All of it.
336?
Yeah,
Well, the bottom part is the city sends us bills,
Yeah, but,
And we pay them out of the different utilities,
yeah,
you know, repairs.
So there's a
and
there's a
supplies.
separate electric meter on that little office?
I'm
I-
sure
I would-
not.
I would doubt that that's the case. I would say that.
So then if we pay the utilities on the building, then why would we pay them an extra
that's a good-
35,000 for
That's
utilities?
a very, very good point.
Well, it's a cost share too, they send us money.
Based on
Pat-
square footage.
Patty, I had heard, and I don't know if this is accurate, does that's our building, but it's on city property. Does the city pay us any rent for the police station?
It's a cost that
Okay.
whatever we split, they pay a percentage of
So-
what we pay for utilities and things like
And you
that.
would think the city, like city water,
So
for
they pay
example-
us, oh, the city water, don't even go there.
Well,
That's gotta be outrageous for that building. So if we assume that their bottom four numbers are valid, it would be 282,500. If we include the travel for their education and the utilities and the repairs and maintenance, I'm not sure what repairs and maintenance, what additional repairs and maintenance we'd be doing, but.
Okay, but
Well,
so
sometimes
what
they
they're,
have
so what they're
maintenance
saying
to
then is the
equipment.
utilities for that room is $70,000?
yeah,
We send a copy of the utility bills, the phone bills.
Yeah.
We send it to them or they send it to us?
We send what we pay, and they pay a portion of the salary for our, maintenance people to work over there, to clean and stuff like, it's all one, and they pay a percentage of that to us. It's quarterly, I think it's like 15,000.
And I understand that, but looking at this, then what, they're charging us 35,000, so then the electricity bill on that little room, those square footage is like, must be like.
70,000.
yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be
No
that,
way.
it'd be
Or we get the whole bill for it, which is probably.
So here,
more
this,
likely.
this brings me to a question for so when we're talking about the feasibility study for the juvenile delinquent, if we were to add that portion, build onto the city jail, or the jail, I was proposed, we had a meeting the other day with the city and, the proposition, because they wanna know all these numbers and everything, and a proposition, I said, well, the lease that we have is a 99-year lease for $1 a year for the property that our building is sitting on. So I said I would like to, if we move forward with the building on, I would like to either renew the lease for another 99 years, or would purchasing the property be an option that our building is sitting on? So just food for thought. They haven't came back with an answer, one way or the other.
Yeah.
So what would be wrong with taking one of the women's pods, for example?
We're not discussing
I
that
know,
at this
I
point in
know,
time.
but
So let's
again,
move on here.
food
We're
for
gonna do
thought.
I'm fine with keeping it at 240,000. You know, the city agreed to take over the dispatch center. We shouldn't pay more than we're getting out of it with the E911 dollars. Right? The city agreed
For
to
a
take this.
total?
For a total, yeah. I mean, because look at the massive increase. It went, over $100,000. Why is that? And I would have liked in the note to explain, we need $100,000 because we're gonna
We
do
still have to
this
pay
and this and this.
utilities.
Well,
You need the lease agreement again.
well,
No, I got it.
no, but,
It's-
but from last year's budget to this year's budget, why is it $100,000, more than $100,000 increase? Oh, almost $100,000 increase. Where is that money going? I don't know. Nobody's telling us. I assume they did that
I
because,
think that's that report that,
no, but I read it. It doesn't say anything in there about where it's going. So if our proposed revenue is 240, that's what I would put in, and if they wanna come and explain why they need more, we can always correct it.
they don't have any control over the utilities though.
Assuming that those utilities are only for the dispatch center.
Well, the dispatch center and the police
Well,
department,
it's not like.
but
it's
why are
not
we
like they
paying
give
for the
us-
police department?
Well, it's not like we get free water for the jail from the
I'm
city.
pretty sure we don't.
So, you know, I guess that's where I'm at. I need more information if we're gonna do that. So I would propose we're gonna collect an estimated 240, that's where I would put at, and we ask for clarification, and we can always change it. But unless somebody has a better,
So we're gonna be supplementing this budget then, because the utilities are still gonna come. We still will have to pay the utilities out of E911, and that's a separate bill from E911.
What-
It's a separate bill for utilities.
Then let's just call it 282.5 and call it a day.
okay.
Um,
What, I guess if we did the bottom line, I'm talking about everything 240, and we could pay that utilities out of there. Professional services would have to get something figured out. But I'm fine with what Wanda proposed, that would work for me too. It,
So keep the other ones the same,
Yeah,
and the 240,
I'm sorry?
and
No,
the
I
professional
think you're-
240.
The, instead of 296.5, 240. And then the other ones added up, according to Mr. Calculator, 282.5.
so what is our bottom number? What is our?
282.5.
Okay, that's so total, all that added up, 282.5. I'm in agreeance with that.
Yep. And we're on to the jail building.
And this was just because we never put anything in there for a budget. So whenever we did have to spend something out of there, the sheriff, then we had to supplement this budget, and the attorney said that we should, or not the attorney,
Auditor?
auditor said we should put something in there.
Okay, so
So you can lower that if you want, just so we have something there.
did you find out that number, that the max that we can have in that one?
No, I
Fine.
hadn't gotten back to him.
Okay,
So
But
are
we
we,
would be
40,000
okay
is what
putting
you
40 in there now.
recommend, I just leave it at
That's what
that.
I've been putting in there the last couple.
Yep.
so we're done with that one. Domestic
so
abuse.
then I can tell Preston that there is some money going into that account.
Yes.
It's just not the percentage of the income.
And this is based off of divorce decrees and marriage certificates, correct? Does,
Well, this is for the River City Domestic
but,
Center.
but isn't that fund
That's
come
in
from?
revenue, yep.
That comes out of,
Yep.
so if we, for some reason, there was fewer weddings, we would
It's not the
supplement that then?
I think it's the
marriage and
divorces.
divorce and-
Marriage.
yeah.
Okay. And that's
But it doesn't
state
count the
law,
people
too.
who live together that beat on each other.
Yeah.
And then the next one is the county building. That has a tax levy.
I don't have that one, but
I
that's
got
fine.
it. We're at 100,000. I would propose that we're already at year-to-date 164,512.
Yeah, but that includes the chiller,
Yeah,
right?
But Jeff did tell us that, we need to be, or he advised us to start putting money away because this building is, getting up there. And this is a levy, so it would be more funds coming in rather than just taken from the general fund. So, it goes to a worthy project,
The jail building.
So I guess I'd propose like 150, but
Domestic abuse,
that's,
and then
Let's
the
do what you wanna
duplicate
do.
ambulance.
Patty,
other
is
than
this
the chiller.
just this building or all county buildings?
It's all county
So,
buildings.
I didn't,
So what's
does
in
that
that account
include
right
the extension building?
I think it would.
Okay,
What do you
Did you
think?
have a question?
no.
What do you think, guys? 150? Would you be okay with that?
Well,
tax until the levy will go up.
Well,
that means the levy goes up, and that's an increase in taxes.
well,
And I'm just looking at this, so it's 160 this year, but in the years past, 78, 62, 71,
yeah, but we've all,
we are running surplus normally.
but we
She's gonna
also,
look to see what's in
we,
that account.
we also have a separate jail fund and a separate one. This is authorized by a different code of law that to have your levy on the buildings. What we've done is we've created like a fund for this building, a fund for the safety center, fund for the jail. And, you know, this is probably an opportunity where we're not just dipping out of the general fund, but it's up to you guys. I mean, I know the voters would like us to take good care of the buildings, but.
They also don't like taxes.
Well, nobody likes that. It's
There's
really,
42,011.
what's the
That'll
difference?
take, that money will take away from the general fund,
This will?
would it, if you add money to this?
So we should just leave it, is what you're saying?
This is the expenditures end. Yeah,
But still, I
not
have
the revenue.
to have expenditures enough for
Okay.
that. I have revenue, I have to have enough revenue to
Okay.
cover this,
Yeah.
so I have to increase the tax.
What would you recommend we do?
I mean, that's your choice.
Leave it?
That's not mine.
Tyler, what would you recommend we
But
do
there's
with this one?
42 in there now. We put another 100 through the levy, right? Which would be 142 in there,
See, and only the first half of tax has been paid,
right?
so you're gonna get 50 more thousand.
Yeah, so there'll be 100, so if we, and then that would put another 100 in. If nothing gets spent, that'll put another 100 in next year.
Mm-hmm.
But
Maybe
it
200
will
next year.
get spent, because we can spend it on any of the buildings, right?
No,
Well, we don't have to just spend it because we have it.
Well, no, but our
Th-
budget
that
on
is
the
the
jail
mindset.
was, no, the budget that we did on the jail was, was a lot more than this. So,
Okay, and then that's a historical, and that has to be,
that's a historical levy.
the historical preservations, I'll get.
Are we leaving this at 100,000 then, where it is currently? Yes, no?
I think if
think we
that's the
should
levy,
leave-
I think we should leave it.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
And maybe not spend as much as we can. I mean,
Well,
I know
well, no,
when,
it's not
when
like
stuff comes up, it
we,
comes up.
you know, it's not that we're spending it on, you know,
No,
the
I know.
chiller and maintenance and everything. It's going to a good cause, I guess.
And then the historical preservation, that's
Levy.
It's the
that's a
levy.
that has to be that, and then the payment for debt service is the last one next year, and that went down to 285. And then the Napa Junction. That's just an estimation, always 500.
Last payment for the debt service? Oh,
No,
We got it next year, is it gonna be paid off, or?
but we don't pay that anyway. Well,
I guess
No,
for
the
the
taxpayers
We're
do,
talking about the jail.
Yeah,
the jail, yes.
That'll be, last payment is 280, what'd you say?
285.
285.
and the Napa one, I know I ask this every year, that's they're paying the 500,000, that's not coming out of the county budget. Got it.
See, that's weird. I ended in domestic abuse.
I did too.
I'll get you copies if you want.
It doesn't matter. I'm okay. I'll get to see the final version anyway.
Okay. I see we have a guest showed up.
Public comment. I'm sorry?
Well, then we got, public comment is next on the agenda.
Yep.
And,
Yeah, I
We're
agree.
beyond that.
While he's here, I'd like to, if that's. Just, I was looking, and if you could just kind of explain, I know you're new and everything, but, pretty substantial increase in, you know, salary from 2021 to now. I know your department is doing a lot more, but, so you're at from here to here, just, so, explain to the public, you know.
So the reason for that increase was threefold. So we hired Alec for our diversion coordinator. We took on Dawn for poor relief, so there's 2 salaries. And then for the full-time state's attorney, I submitted that supporting documentation of when I negotiate salary next year. Also, with the proposal for a part-time state's attorney to be added.
So you would have,
3 full-times and a part-time
got it.
is my goal. So that's,
And the professional services on part 2, 25,000, is that for the Carpel?
in part, not fully. Carpel's only 5,000 a year subscription.
What's the other 24?
Anything to do with court, I believe that's for dean, that's court
Well,
reporter, that's for experts.
we're recommending next year that you make more line items or type it down at the bottom.
Yeah.
Patty doesn't like additional line items, but if you type it down at the bottom, like interpreters and experts and blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's very
can-
useful when we're
can
doing
do
this 4-hour budget marathon.
Yeah, no, that's not a problem. We can definitely itemize next year to alleviate any
Yeah, big expenses like that.
misunderstandings or
Yeah.
clarifications.
Okay.
So,
Have you guys seen any increase in, what do I say, clients with, pathways in our community? I know that's a discussion we've had. Has that affected what you guys do?
I can say there's a lot of reoccurring defendants because of pathways, not because of pathways, but because
That's where they're staying.
homelessness, yeah. Yes,
It's not their pathways and they're committing crimes. They're
clients,
clients of pathways who happen to commit crimes, much like there are clients of pathways who don't commit crimes.
yes.
Although there are some juveniles at pathways who commit crimes.
Yep. Any other questions from my office?
No, would you like to make a public comment? Because that's where we are now.
You can say no if you want.
I don't have a public comment.
Okay?
Thanks, Tyler.
There,
Okay.
then I would move to adjourn.
Public comment is closed. And I have a motion by Wanda to adjourn,
Second.
second by Ryan. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
We are officially adjourned. Tyler, I would like to